Okay, please begin. And you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this June meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission. I want to call this meeting to order. I trust that you and your families are doing well. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Tongva people and extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. I also want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate Juneteenth. And today is the day that President Biden is going to sign into law, making Juneteenth a national holiday. It is long overdue, and I want to join in that celebration. Today we have, as always, it seems, a very full agenda with equally significant items for discussion. We'll hear an update regarding the Sheriff's Department's policy in response to large protests and discuss the role of the Sheriff's Department's deputies in hospitals. We will also nominate candidates for the position of chair and vice chair. Through the many challenges and opportunities that lay ahead of us, I'm confident that collectively we'll meet these challenges. Our next meeting following this one will be Thursday, July 15th. Ingrid, will you please take the roll?
Yes. Chair Giggins? I'm sorry, Commissioner Giggins? Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Harris?
Present. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, Commissioner
Commissioner
Harris
Kennedy?
is here.
Commissioner Kennedy? Commissioner Ochin?
Here.
Chair Rubin?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Thompson?
Present here.
And Vice Chair Tolentino.
Here.
I'm not sure you got me, but Commissioner Bonner is here.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I know that Commissioner Giggins had indicated she'd be a few minutes late. Commissioner Tolentino, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much for that. As a reminder, if you want to provide verbal public comment, whether in English or Spanish, you must log in to WebEx. If you're calling in via telephone or watching on Facebook Live, you'll not be able to provide verbal comments. To join WebEx, visit coc.lacounty.gov and click the link to register and join the meeting. When you register, you'll be able to select the agenda items you'd like to comment on. You may also raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host to ensure that you're in the queue for verbal comment. When providing public comment, please eliminate as much background noise as possible. Depending on the number of participants, we'll either have 1 or 2 minutes of public comment per person per agenda item. To ensure that every attendee who signed up for public comment can speak, and in light of our having implemented the family impact remarks procedures, yielding one's time to another member of the public will no longer be necessary. If you would like your name placed in the official minutes, please indicate so in your comment. If you have technical issues, send a chat to the host through WebEx or email coc@coc.lacounty.gov. As a reminder, speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment must relate to that agenda item. General public comment is limited to the commission's jurisdiction. Public comment does not include the right to engage in dialogue with commission members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the commission, any member, staff, or other persons. A person who does engage in this conduct that will disrupt the meeting is subject to being removed from the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission meeting. For those calling in or watching the live stream on Facebook, you can find the link to submit written public comments in English or in Spanish at coc.lacounty.gov. All correspondence submitted before 5 o'clock today will be part of our official meeting record and attached to the meeting minutes. At this point, I'd like to turn to agenda item number 1. Staff recommends approval of the consent calendar. The items on today's consent calendar include the approval of the May 20th, 2021 meeting minutes. Do any commissioners wish to move any consent calendar item to the regular agenda for further discussion? Seeing no hands, Jennifer, are there any public comments regarding the consent calendar?
No one that is currently logged into the system.
All right, thank you. There being no objection, the minutes from May 20th are now adopted. I'd like to now move to agenda item number 2, 2A, family impact remarks. As you may recall, the commission recently approved the procedure for family impact remarks, which allot each family a total of 10 minutes to share their comments with the commission. For this meeting, the commission received one request from the family of Marco Antonio Vasquez Jr. And we will hear from his family members. First, I believe Leticia Vasquez, and then his wife, Christina Vasquez. Thank you both very much for taking the time to share the impact of Marco Antonio's death with the commission.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Christina Vasquez, Marco's wife. I will be starting off first today. I'm here this morning to talk about the lasting impacts of witnessing my husband's death at the hands of Patricia Miramontes, Gregory Nickel, and Vincent Cisneros from the Pico Rivera Sheriff Station. The incident occurred on the night of October 6, 2019. What was the call for help ended with these officers taking his life. My oldest daughter, Naomi, is the one who made the second call because she was concerned for her dad. She wanted to get him help, but he was never offered any from the officers who arrived. When she saw the bullets entering her dad's body and the smoke coming out and seeing him fall to the ground, she screamed out that it was her fault. She has carried that guilt with her every day since, a guilt that is not hers to carry, but is a result of negligence on behalf of the officers who came on the scene. This is what she carries. I lost a piece of her that day too. She is not the same who could be. My second oldest, Mariana, tried running to stop the officers from shooting, but she was too late. By the time she got to her dad, he was already on the ground. So she was holding his head, yelling for him to wake up and for him not to leave her. At this point, Patricia Miramontes pulled her off of her dad and dragged her off of the driveway. My daughter was hysterical and kept screaming, "You killed my dad, you killed my dad." One of the male shooters came behind me and started shoving me into my daughter Mariana and yelling at me, saying if I didn't shut her the F up, they were going to take her too. My third daughter had just arrived back to campus and knew that her dad was in the middle of an episode. He called her minutes before everything happened and told her to be safe. She said, "Okay, Dad, I'll see you later." Those were her last words to him. She never imagined that she would never be seeing him again. My two youngest sons, Jax, who was 3 at the time, and Mason, only 6 weeks old at the time, have been robbed of a dad as well. Jack cries for his dad daily and struggles to understand why he's not here anymore. He has nightmares and has major separation anxiety. Mason was robbed of ever knowing his dad. As a result of losing their dad in such a tragic way, 4 out of my 5 now struggle with anxiety, fear of losing me or their siblings, fear of losing anyone else they love. They tense up if we're out and a patrol car is next to or near us. Hearing the ghetto bird is triggering. Hearing sirens is triggering. Seeing anyone in uniform is triggering. Unfortunately, we all died a little with him that day. I was robbed of my husband, lover, helpmate, best friend. I am not the same person I was. Losing him in that way, seeing it all happen, I will never recover from that. Knowing that his killers are out there who still get to go home to their families, who are being protected, whose identities have been hidden up until recently for their protection. Honestly, what makes them any different than any other murderer out there? Without the badge, without the uniform, without the protection, their faces should be plastered up on those wanted signs along those other people who go about killing innocent people. Patricia Miramontes, Gregory Nickel, and Vincent Cisneros are no different. They were not doing their job that night. They came with a mission in mind. You'd have to have been there to know what I'm talking about. We witnessed the entire thing. We firsthand witnessed that the sheriff's department will go to any lengths to cover up their mistakes, while we witnessed how they shot and killed Marco and then transported us to the station and had us there for hours before even interviewing any of us. They had already come up with a totally false narrative and released it to the news stations before speaking to any of us. We all know it doesn't need to be a true statement, but once it's said, everyone believes it. They made it a point to criminalize Marco so that it would make the shooting justifiable. Nothing, and I mean nothing, was justifiable for what they did. Hours later, releasing us, they unlawfully came into our home and removed property from inside of our home, later to claim it was found as evidence on the scene of the crime. I don't think I need to explain to you why I have lost all respect for law enforcement. Had the first responding team that arrived with the PED team done their job and given Marco the help he so desperately needed, we would not be here having to speak to you this morning. As if that wasn't enough, then you go and try to cover up the mistakes. Instead of just doing the right thing, isn't that why you joined the force in the first place? To stop crime, to stop bad people from doing things? Yet here you are covering up all the dirty work for the dirty cops. There is no good cop in a corrupt system. That is all I have to say this morning.
Good morning. This is Leticia Vasquez, and being here today is not easy. I'm here to talk to you about the ramifications left after the brutal assassination of my son, Marco Antonio Vasquez Jr. on October 6, 2019 by the Pico Rivera Sheriff Station. I used assassination because that is exactly what Sergeant Vincent Cisneros, Deputy Patricia Miramontes, and Gregory Nichols committed. Several rounds had been fired and ended with a shot to his head. My sons at this time now were both on the ground because Christopher had also been grazed by a bullet, and Christopher is my youngest son. The bullet grazed his foot, and we showed Marcos. He was giving his last moans and groans, and we heard his last breath, which only took seconds. While witnessing his murder, they were also ripping my heart out of my chest, desperately crying, holding him, telling him I loved him, holding his face. I was grabbed and yanked away from him, being told to get the fuck away, and dragged on the ground to the lower part of the driveway. His daughter was threatened to be arrested if she didn't move away, as she also ran to her dad. This stuff plays in your mind, in your head every day. Currently, I have slept 1 hour and 48 hours. I can't sleep. It's robbed me from my peace, my trust in law enforcement and the system. I'm full of rage and unanswered questions. It took me months before I could go to my room at night. I've waited for him to come home or to call me multiple times, as he always did while away. After months and months of waiting, I realized he was never going to come back, that I would never feel his warmth and receive his bear hugs, so our hearts would play the same tune. His greetings with a kiss on my forehead and his beautiful smile are no longer to be felt or seen. They have left me empty and depressed. Recently, I've used any excuse to leave and escape the reality that torments my mind. I see my husband and I see his pain, grow old and depressed. Still not talk, he still hasn't been able to talk about that day, cries himself to sleep, and listens to the songs Marcos would listen to. I asked him to share a bit so that I could tell you all. He stated he was full of anger, that he feels like his hands are tied and he couldn't do anything to save his boy. He stated, I'm alive, but it's an effed way to live when you're dead inside. Those are exactly my sentiments too. Marco was my eldest, my firstborn. I dreamed for a better tomorrow. He was my engine to a never-ending desire to be the best that I could be. I would teach him how he could take care of everything God created, from the flowers on earth to respecting the elderly, while explaining that their wrinkles came from wisdom gained, that everybody deserved a home, even the unhoused. He had a soft spot for all of those things I described and even then some. He wanted to be an astronaut when he was a little boy, knew every planet in orbit. He was a visual learner, a boy like any other, played football, baseball, soccer, you name it. He also loved to help, get dirty, play with his cousins and laugh. He loved Christopher, whom he dearly protected. Though my boy was imperfect, no one really is. He had great qualities, and he had a smile full of sunshine, brightening every room he entered, and was loved by many till the day he was murdered. He was our loved one. He was our everything. With his flaws and virtues, he was a good man. He fought with his mental illness, and he did everything he could to live a normal life. He was not the monster the sheriffs portrayed him to be. And now he is part of the statistics. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. He is not a number. He was my best friend. He was my son. God is our witness, and these three officers know they are lying. They know they committed a crime on the scene they created. Marco was not committing any crime. He was in crisis and asked for help himself. And I want to quote something that I found on Twitter from the LA Sheriff's Department that says, nothing in life can prepare you for the day a loved one is murdered. Victims, loved ones spend the rest of their lives enduring a sense of profound sadness and loss. That is correct. And this was posted by them referring to victims of crime from others other than the police department. But we are also victims of crime. The only difference is they hold a badge and the others are out in the streets or caught and in jail. But we are also victims of crime. And I have a small little something that his brother would like to say, and then I'll be done. Christopher says his life was taken on the night of October 6, 2019. My only brother's life was taken and ripped away from our lives due to the careless and rogue tactics displayed by the Pico Rivera sheriffs. Not only did I lose my brother, but could have lost both my parents or my life as well, considering that they went in without observing the scene and shot carelessly. I was hit and grazed by a bullet and was centimeters away from losing my foot. Due to their negligence, I now struggle with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. I will forever fear my birthday due to the terror that fireworks now cause me and remind me of the night he was killed. I find myself losing track of the days and at times won't sleep, but maybe a couple of hours. Loud or sudden noises startle me, and as an educator, it makes my job difficult. But the hardest thing is having to see parents, nieces, nephews, and sister-in-law and not being able to take their pain away. That night, his life was not the only murder they committed, for they killed us inside and sentenced us with life in mourning, while Sergeant Cisneros, Deputies Miramontes and Nickel have not faced charges or sentenced to life in prison. His life mattered. His name mattered. Justice for Marcos Vasquez Jr. And I'd like to ask, if I may, what is the status of these three officers? Are they working? Are they behind a desk? Are they out on the field? Were they relocated? What is the status of these officers? From what I understand, if they are under investigation, they should not be out on the field. I would like to know because I don't feel safe with them being out on the streets. Thank you.
I have to take a deep breath after listening to you, Leticia, and Christina. Leticia, we did hear from last week at the town hall on mental health, among other things. And my heart goes out to your family. I don't know, particularly after you spoke last week, how you have the strength to speak again. And I think I'm going to ask perhaps the Inspector General or our Executive Director to give us some indication as to the status of the investigation, and then make the same requests of the Sheriff's Department. But I want to thank you all for your very heartfelt and moving comments.
Thank you.
It is, we will take public comment on the Vasquez family statements during our public comment section, so that we can now move on with the rest of the agenda. At this point, I'd like to move on to agenda item 2B, election of officers, nominations for chair and vice chair. As you may recall, each year in July, the commission elects a chair and vice chair for the upcoming year. As such, this month nominations for each office are accepted. The idea is that if you have any questions or concerns about the candidates, you have an opportunity to meet with or speak with them during the period of the nomination and the vote, which will be at our July 15th meeting. I would like to remind you that as to the nature of what the chair and the vice chair does and their responsibilities. The chair of the commission shall preside at all meetings and shall conduct the commission's business in accordance with the commission handbook and Los Angeles County Code Chapter 3.79. The chair shall preserve order and decorum and decide all questions of order subject to the action of the majority of the commission. At this point, I will now open the floor for chair nominations.
Chair Rubin,
Yes,
I would like to nominate you for chair for the upcoming term.
and is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to move to,
I would.
I'm sorry. Are there any other nominations?
Yes,
Sean?
I'd like to nominate Priscilla Ocha.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Are there other nominations? All right. I would then like to move on to the nominations for vice chair. And as you all probably know, but I'll state for the record again, that the vice chair is expected to, in the absence of the chair or the inability of the chair at a commission meeting, the vice chair shall preside at the meeting and conduct the commission's business in accordance with the same rules and regulations prescribed to the chair. I now open the nominations for vice chair. Are there any nominations for vice chair?
Well, I'll nominate Vice Chair Tolentino for a second term as the vice chair.
Thank you very much for that. Is there a second?
I'll second that nomination.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Do we have any other nominations for vice chair? All right, with that, I ask that there be a motion to close the nominations. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, is that,
Yes. And is there a second?
Well, could I just have a discussion on that for a moment?
Sure.
I'm just wondering, in light of the development here, whether or not it would make sense to also nominate and consider Commissioner Tolentino to be chair. And I actually would make a motion, or I would nominate Commissioner Tolentino to chair. So we'll actually have 3 nominees for that position. If I can get a second for that.
Just sort of a point of order, since he has been nominated for vice chair, I don't know that we can nominate him for chair as well.
Well, I'll just withdraw my nomination then for a vice chair and nominate him to be the chair. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a second for that? Yes, Commissioner Giggins. No? Is there a second to nominating Commissioner Tolentino for chair? All right, seeing no hands, I'd like to go again to nominations for vice chair.
I'll nominate Commissioner Tolentino for vice chair.
And I'll second that.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, are there other nominations for vice chair? All right, seeing no hands, at this point, I believe all nominations have been concluded, and I would like a motion now to close the nominations.
I'll move to close nominations.
Is there a second?
second?
All right, thank you very much. The motion, are there any objections? All right, seeing no hands, the motion carries. The election will be held at our July meeting on July 15th. And at this point, I would like to take, and I think it's appropriate. Yes, Commissioner Giggins?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. We have 3 nominations for chair and 1 nomination for vice chair. So, and we have 1 person who's nominated in 2 spots. Correct?
No, actually, I think not. There are 2 for chair. There was not a second to nominating Commissioner Tolentino for chair.
Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, I'm glad I'm clarifying that. Okay.
All right.
Then my other question is, or maybe a point to make is, are we going to be able to ask our candidates to, discuss what they might have in store if indeed they were elected to these positions? Or is it just kind of like, we show up and we vote? I can't remember. I know I've been through this myself, but I can't quite remember what our process is.
My understanding is that that is probably more appropriately a discussion to be held in July, and there's certainly an opportunity to meet individually with the nominees for chair before then to do that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about today. I'm not expecting anything today. I'm just wondering if there's a formal where each person would, just talk a little bit about what they would do as chair. Are you suggesting that that's all done separately?
I think the concern obviously is being mindful of the Brown Act and how you go about doing that. But that was why I think what I said earlier about an individual exchange with a commissioner on a one-on-one is not a violation of the Brown Act. Perhaps we can have our county council take a look at that and see if there's another way to proceed. But I certainly do understand your inquiry and your concern. So unless there are any other comments or inquiries.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Can you restate the candidates, please?
Yes, there are two candidates for chair, Commissioner Ochen and myself. And there is one candidate for vice chair, that is Commissioner Tolentino.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, unless there are any other inquiries, I would like to move to public comment. Jennifer, do we have any public comment requests?
We do have 3 individuals signed up for public comment on this item.
All right, why don't you, let's take public comment.
Okay, and first an announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días. Si necesita que sus comentarios se traduzcan, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar a hablar, y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder con sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Q Jean-Marie. You are unmuted. Please go ahead, Pastor Q.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Reading from Dr. Samar Jabbar, psychiatrist and psychotherapist, she says, the clinical definition of post-traumatic stress disorder do not apply to experiences of Palestinians. PTSD better describes the experiences of an American soldier who goes to war to bomb and go back to safety in the United States. He is having nightmares and fears related to the battlefield, and his fears are imaginary. Whereas for a Palestinian in Gaza whose home was bombed, the threat of having another bombardment is a real one. It's not imaginary, says Jabbar. There is no post because the trauma is repetitive and ongoing and continuous. And I relate that to what's happening in our community with these families, that the trauma is ongoing, it's repetitive and continuous. The sheriff's attack on homeless people in order to change the narrative regarding his misconduct in his department is traumatic to our community. The sheriff does not understand what he's dealing with when he takes it upon himself to go into communities and inflict trauma. And when I say communities, I'm talking about communities like Venice or Skid Row or in any other community in Los Angeles. We are sick of these trauma-inducing public display by the sheriff. Where was the sheriff when Venice was being gentrified? Where was the sheriff when Black folks were being pushed out of Venice? Where was the sheriff when we had a houseless problem in 1865, when 250,000 Black folks were freed out of housing, freed without housing on Juneteenth? And prior to that, the Great Migration. All of these housing issues that we have are related to years and decades and years of public policy that has been inflicted on our communities. And so the sheriff need to really consider what he's doing when he goes and pays a rogue sheriff and becomes a Pio of Los Angeles or Trump of Los Angeles and go into our communities inflicting trauma.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Gina Viola. Gina, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Commissioner Rubin, I am grateful to your leadership this past year, but I would really encourage that this commission look to some change. We need change. Commissioner Ochen has been a voice for many of these families who have been suffering under the terror of this sheriff. And I really, really urge this board to consider trying a new direction. More of the same is just insanity, and it is time to go in a new direction. It's disappointing that there isn't a new nomination for vice chair, frankly, because I think this commission could really stand for some new leadership. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tamara Kay. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, good day. First off, power and strength to all the families impacted by sheriff murder on here. I want to send a special prayers and power and strength to Marco Vasquez's family. No family should have to endure what we have just listened to in terms of how they've been impacted. My prayers go out to this family. Those officers should be held accountable. They need to be fired and prosecuted. My feeling is they're still on the job, which is detrimental to our community. And, you know, justice won't even bring Marco back, but at least this family could have some accountability. As far as the chair, I will recommend Commissioner Priscilla Oshun. I echo the sentiments of both Pastor Q and Miss Viola, Gina Viola. This commission definitely needs to change. Priscilla Oshun, I feel like would be a great leader for this commission. But again, like Gina Viola had said, I think we need some more somebody else or some other folks for vice chair, some recommendations and more community input. I think the COC can definitely do a better job reflecting the needs and the voices of this community. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Maraki Almisid. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
So my name is Maraki Alamseged, and I'm calling because what Sheriff Villanueva is doing is a disgrace and it's shameful. Being present in the Venice community this whole time, he hasn't truly been looking out for the population of Venice Beach. If he was looking out for the population of Venice Beach, he would be talking with them about what their needs are, not telling them what he's going to do and what he thinks their needs are. If you're going to be conducting outreach, it shouldn't be collecting personal information while preparing to arrest and evict hundreds of people staying on the boardwalk. It makes no sense to be offering fake help to people and then planning to put them away in your 2,000 jail beds that you have prepared for them. Right? That doesn't make any sense. Support is an actual support if it's forced. Help is an actual help if it's forced help. You have to, and honestly, I don't know why the sheriff is involved in housing issues altogether. Policing and housing should not be connected. Leave it to the city to do what they've been doing, which is ignore the population. Leave it to community organizations, which is what they've been doing, to actually help the people, right? If the city wants to help, let the city find a way to help using community resources that currently exist, supporting community resources that currently exist. What Villanueva is doing is nothing short of a publicity stunt. Nothing short of a publicity stunt. He's being highlighted for all of the corruption that he's continued in regards to continuing violent gangs in his own department, and all of the corruption that goes on within the sheriff's department. And he's trying to use this quote unquote Venice Beach cleanup as some sort of show or measure of his ability to what? I don't even know what, flex his.
And that does conclude your time. Thank you. And those appear to be all of the public comments related to this item, Chair Rubin.
Thank you all very much for your public comments. And I was happy to see Pastor Q and the last speaker raise the issue of the sheriff's presence on the Venice Boardwalk. That is an issue that we have read about on the news. There have been a lot of discussions about it. And I think it may be appropriate for us to have that item on our agenda in July. So I certainly welcome input and suggestions, and thank you all for that. At this point, I'd like to do a little movement out of order. In looking at the agenda from last month, we had some input from the Inspector General regarding his ongoing being denied documents and other items from the sheriff. I want to make sure that we have time to hear from the Inspector General, so I'm going to move hearing from the Inspector General in terms of his report, which is always at the end of our agenda, and in particular ask him to talk about the recent letter that he sent to the sheriff regarding his numerous requests which have been denied. Mr. Huntsman.
Thank you very much, Chair Rubin. As you all know, for the last 2 years under this administration, we have been obstructed in our effort to enforce the state and local laws on oversight. You've all personally lived that, and so has my office more than once. The Sheriff's Department, at the direct supervision of the sheriff, have come here and called me a liar for saying that they weren't giving me full access to all their county records. And I have more than once presented to you the documentation, which is a matter of public record kept on your website with all the email requests and denials that have come back and forth. Earlier this year, the board asked that we investigate further into the allegations of civil rights violations against families of persons who have been shot by the Sheriff's Department. That was appropriate, given that the Attorney General is attempting to investigate these matters. And so we attempted to do so. We started by asking that the Sheriff's Department reopen our access to their county record computer system that they shut down as part of a threat against me when we had tried to put a report out about a deputy gang member who was being rehired. The Sheriff's Department, not surprisingly, again refused. In that letter, we also requested access to the body-worn camera system, something that the board has put a large amount of money into for the purpose of oversight, and which the Sheriff's Department has concluded oversight cannot be allowed to look at. And so we also requested that, and were denied that as well. The letter Chair Rubin's referring to was one that we sent earlier this week, also to the Civilian Oversight Commission, detailing some 30 requests that we've made, primarily about investigations we're trying to conduct regarding civil rights violations that have all been denied, either explicitly denied or simply not fulfilled. They include our attempts to look at conduct surrounding shootings. Because obviously this is, as we've heard from the family impact statements, one of the areas in which civil rights, and it seems like a disgusting euphemism to call life a civil right, are of great concern, and the need to have external investigation, which this body has recommended. The Sheriff's Department has stonewalled at every attempt. We're allowed to go to a walkthrough of the scene when it happens, but other than that, our requests for information are refused during the pendency of the investigation. We're not allowed to monitor it at all. There's no collaboration. There's no outside investigation. And so that's one of the things that we've addressed in the letter. Specific requests we've made have been denied. As to the harassments of families of persons shot, that's in there. Suppression of First Amendment rights, including those of protesters. There was just recently an injunction put in place, a temporary one from a court, because of the indiscriminate use of crowd control, less lethal devices. And I mentioned crowd control because that's how they're being used, but of course less lethal devices can kill. And so the court ruled, as the law says, you can't use them to disperse a crowd. You can use them to protect yourself from violence, but not in order to enforce an order to disperse of a group that's protesting. And of course, the media. We've seen arrests of media members who are attempting to lawfully cover the sheriff's conduct. And we've also seen, in at least one case, a news conference actually busted up and then false statements made about it in the media. Deputy gangs, of course, which divide the department along racial and gender lines. We've attempted to investigate that and been refused. The use of criminal investigative resources to obstruct oversight, both us directly and to intimidate oversight officials, including targeting board staff and an ongoing extortion attempt against this body to try to prevent you from doing your oversight duties. So that letter details requests that relate to all those things. They've all been refused in the past, and we will be forwarding it to County Council. We already sent a letter to County Council, but we'll be asking County Council to file a writ of mandate to compel the sheriff to comply with all those requests to actually follow the law of oversight, because unlike Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was in a different state and engaged in a campaign of unlawful conduct as a political matter, in this state, we have rules that govern how sheriffs may behave. And even though they are mentioned in the Constitution, that does not give them the ability to ignore the law and act on their own in order to save us from the horror of democracy. So we also have in there matters we tried to investigate regarding high-ranking conduct, destruction of evidence in the Kobe Bryant crash, racism allegations against the undersheriff, and of course, as I mentioned, false statements made repeatedly from the sheriff's office regarding matters that are of a political nature, that they want to politicize rather than provide factual information as a law enforcement agency. And so that's also in what we've attempted to investigate. And the question of the Vasquez family about what's happened to those individuals, I can't say, because these days to access those county records, I have to go to the sheriff's department and have somebody watch over me and decide whether or not I can take things, unlike as we've requested to actually have our terminals turn on so I can just fire it up. But the short answer is there is no policy that deputies be removed from the field during the pendency of an investigation. That's because the investigations take years and years, and so the department doesn't want to be unfair to their deputies in that way. We've reported on that earlier this year on the way in which the discipline system has been hamstrung so that it doesn't actually function and drags out the question of what's proper and improper. The Twyman shooting, great example of that, involving an assault rifle being obtained to fire at a vehicle with two unarmed people in it that wasn't moving at the time the assault rifle was obtained. Still sitting on ice years later. So that's what that letter is about. We hope County Council will be taking legal action. We hope it'll be successful. As you know, there's pending legal action already regarding an attempt to subpoena the sheriff by my office. The sheriff came to you and refused to talk about the executioner gang, the ones with the Nazi helmet tattoo, because there's pending litigation. So he said he can't talk to you publicly. Well, we've got a subpoena in place to talk to him about it privately, but he's fighting that as well. So that's the state of that sort of initial legal process. And as you all know, it's a very slow and painful process, but we're proceeding on it.
All right, thank you for that. I would like to have any commissioners pose any questions or raise any issues for discussions, but just for the record, Mr. Huntsman, have you had any response from the Sheriff's Department to your letter?
All the matters in the letter have previously been responded to in the negative, and the letter itself we have received no response to.
All right. Thank you for that. Any commissioners have any questions or issues that they want to raise with Mr. Huntsman at this point? Yes, Commissioner Chen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Huntsman, my question is about the use of our subpoena power, either the subpoena power that's been granted to the OIG or the subpoena power that's been granted to the Commission. Do you think any of the problems that you describe in this exhaustive letter could be ameliorated or resolved by the use of additional subpoenas? I know you described a few that you have issued that are being challenged, but the remainder of the requests that look like have been submitted in accordance with your pre-existing relationship with the Sheriff's Department and not responded to or not honored. So I'm wondering, would subpoenas be appropriate in any of these areas?
Well, there's two things I'd say about that. First, the ordinance as written by the board and as authorized by state law requires that the Sheriff's Department cooperate without a subpoena. That's how the process should work. If a sheriff was lawfully discharging his duties as required by the Constitution, he would be providing all this information simply upon request and would not be attempting to intimidate the officials charged with collecting the information. So that's how it should be. It should not require a subpoena. And there is a legal way to enforce that. That's the writ of mandate. That's what I'm seeking directly from County Council rather than going through the subpoena process. The reason is the subpoena process is very cumbersome. And so it takes a long time to enforce, even when it's successful. And unfortunately, it's also the subject of a general opinion that it's rude. So as a result, when this body subpoenaed the sheriff to come and he was dragged before a contempt proceeding by the court because he refused, then this body lifted the subpoena when he showed up and asked it some questions, didn't hold it in place, hasn't resubpoenaed him, even though he's required to come every single month or send his direct representative, and he doesn't do that to participate in the meetings. He only sends subject matter experts. This body has not subpoenaed him because I think it's perceived as rude and that it might have a negative impact on the public perception of this body. When this body was about to subpoena him to come here, he sent an email saying, "Oh, I'll come voluntarily." And this body then withdrew the motion to use that subpoena. He appeared. He then refused to answer some of the questions. I don't fault this body for not being aggressive in the use of the subpoenas, because if you dropped a subpoena on each one of those things, we would generate a vast amount of litigation that would very slowly move through the courts and not really solve our problems. As a former prosecutor, do I believe that subpoenas should be issued regularly and simply followed? Yes. But that's not the world we live in at this time. So I don't discourage the use of the subpoena. If this body chooses to, I recommend you use it in a targeted way that will continue the litigation of the point. I would appreciate this body's support with my effort to get County Council to enforce the underlying ordinances so that we can get cooperation with oversight without subpoenas, how it works at LAPD. And that would be great. But I would also support you in the issuance of any subpoenas you want. It's just that I think it's a difficult process to use to force compliance with the law. We've had 3 litigations from County Council, all of which were winners for the county, and we're no better off. So the subpoenas are good, but there's a limit to how effective they can be.
And Madam Chair, may I ask just one last question?
Sure.
And I want just so that everyone's on the same page in terms of the precedent. So with the prior administration of the Sheriff's Department, did you encounter these same sorts of problems in terms of access to information, or is this a departure from the previous practice or of the prior administration or previous administrations that you've worked with in the Sheriff's Department?
It's a radical departure. No prior administration ever conducted criminal investigations after announcing that somebody was a target of an investigation, and then having an investigation to prove what their PR statement has done the things against people here, as well as many people who are not here anymore. Sachi Hamai, who's now retired, Mary Wickham, None of those things ever happened in any way, shape, or form. And the rejection, a complete rejection of access to information, complete refusal to cooperate in conversations informally is 100% new. That's not to say we didn't have problems previously or limits to how effectively we were able to operate. The McDonald administration, and during their first year, they refused to give us anything. And we had to negotiate and go through a process, and ultimately we did. But nobody has done anything even close to this.
Thank you. Commissioner Giggins.
Yeah, thank you. It's kind of stunning when you make a summary like this, Max, of 30 requests denied explicitly or ignored. You know, what do you do with the rest of your day, since you seem to not be able to do your oversight?
Well, as you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat, as I like to say. And we've been able to issue the report back in December regarding the unlawful conduct of the sheriff. We have many sources inside the sheriff's department, confidential informants who tell us many things that the sheriff would not like us to know. We also were able to issue in January a report, an extensive analysis of the discipline system. Much of the records that we got for that came from the previous administration. And I think oversight actually functions best when times are worst. This sheriff has been the greatest gift to oversight that California could ever have, because he has shown us the horror of what law enforcement can do when it is unchecked. And we have reported on that publicly. We've shouted it from the highest mountains, as have you and this body. You've called for his resignation. The Democratic Party that supported him strongly has now called for his resignation. So as a result, and there have been changes in law, AB 1185, I don't think ever would have passed if not for this. So in a way, we're completely unable to do the job we're supposed to do, but because we're in the hour that is darkest, whether or not the dawn is coming, I don't know, the need for the public to be reminded constantly of exactly what you said, that these things add up, that there are 30 of them, that when the last time I came before you and gave you a summary of all the misconduct and refusals, it's gotten worse, not better. I was asked that question by KCRW not long ago. I said, how are things these days, now that there's an attorney general investigation into the civil rights violations of the sheriff's department? The answer should be a lot better, but the answer is a lot worse. So we managed to fill our days, even though I would prefer to fill my day in the way that statute and ordinance say that I should, rather than more in the way that we do have to do it, the sort of back channel ways of finding things out. But we have our ways.
Do you could you explain the writ of mandate to me again?
The writ of mandate, or the writ of mandamus, is a legal mechanism available to compel people to do things. It is available, it's a court mechanism that's used for directing inferior courts, for instance, or corporations, people, and public corporations. So it's used in a variety of different ways. It's a legal mechanism to go to court and place a legal matter before the court and get the court to issue an order. So when I issued a subpoena on the sheriff to talk about deputy gangs after he refused to talk to us and refused to talk to you about the executioners, he filed a writ of mandate to the court to stop me from subpoenaing him. So in the same way, turnabout's fair play, county council can file a writ of mandate to the court saying the sheriff is not discharging his duties. He has affirmative and negative duties under statute and ordinance, and he must be compelled to follow them. The court can't, sit behind him at the desk and tell him how to do his job, but they can absolutely tell him, hey, you can't do that, and you have to do this. So when you're asked for records, you have to supply them. You cannot make threats against public officials and then try to intimidate them from doing their job, which is extortion under 518 of the Penal Code. Those subject matters can be the subject of a writ of mandate to get the sheriff to do or to not do a thing. There's limits. Powerful to step in and run, but if we all check and balance democracy functioning, it has the ability to direct the executive branch to stop doing bad things and to start doing the things it's required to do by law, even though there's limits to that. The checks and balances are why we exist. This oversight body, my office, exists solely for the purpose of bringing information to the public and the board so that they can take action when they deem it appropriate. And that simple check is a constitutional demand of how you get a government to function properly. Otherwise, you have the Sheriff Joe Arpaio problem, which is the sheriff does whatever they want in order to pander to a subsection of the public and not to actually represent the public's interest. And they can do it in an unlawful manner. And since they have all the guns, nobody can stop them. Well, the answer is the court can stop them. That's what a writ of mandate is.
Well, I'm glad that you have not been intimidated or silenced by all the intimidation and the personalization that has gone on against you and other commissioners, board of supervisors, other elected officials. And it would be extremely gratifying if a writ of mandate would be able to include these efforts to create us and them and to demean and malign people who have been given the mandate to perform oversight functions.
I agree completely, and I hope that that's how it goes. As you know, this is a long, slow, painful process, and every step forward seems to include half a step back at least. So we'll see how it goes. But that is certainly my goal, and we'll hope that's what happens.
Any other quick questions from commissioners before we move on to our regular agenda item, which would be 2C? Yes, I think Commissioner Tolentino and then Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, Max, what is the current status of the writ of mandate that you indicated you were filing? And is it a general request for a writ of mandate?
That's my dream. Commissioner Tolentino, I told you about my dream. I dreamed county council held a writ of mandate 2 years ago when the sheriff shut down the PRMS system to my office. That didn't happen. I regularly tell county council, wouldn't it be nice if we filed a writ of mandate? Recently, the board said, Max, investigate these allegations of harassment, and if the sheriff won't cooperate, county council take legal action. To my mind, that's writ of mandate. But that's just Max talking. Max does not control litigation for the county. County council does. So they look at, Max makes a pitch to them and they decide if they buy it. So that's why I appreciate what Patty just said, because I think it is a description of a rational point of view that I hope is shared by county council, but they have to weigh a lot of factors and they have to consider what the law will allow them to do and make a decision of how to move forward. I don't have the power to direct it myself. When I mentioned one existing already, that's because the sheriff has been given his own lawyer to do as he will with, and he's used that lawyer to file a writ of mandate to stop me from subpoenaing him. But no writ of mandate has gone the other way in this matter, and I hope that it will, but that's just my hope.
Is there any way that this commission can support your request for a writ of mandate with county council?
That would be greatly appreciated. I would love a motion that says we support that action. I would love assistance. Anything you can give me to help this move forward would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Huntsman. Commissioner Harris, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. And at the conclusion of my remarks, I intend to make that motion.
Not unless I make it first.
Okay, we'll have battling motions here. The issue of the appearance of the sheriff or sheriff's executive as opposed to subject matter experts at our meetings, is this also because you have indicated that is mandated by the county code? Is there any way we can also get a writ of mandate on that to compel either the sheriff and or his number two, the undersheriff, to attend our meetings? Because I think this is really horrible that we never or rarely have a sheriff's executive at our meetings to hear public comment. In fact, another thing would be mandate them to stay for the entire meeting so they hear public comment, just like we do. Is that something that will be appropriate for a writ of mandate, or do we need to go back to the board of supervisors and get them to direct county council to do something like that?
Well, you can't direct county council any more than I can. You can ask. And would it be appropriate to ask? Absolutely. The board can direct county council, but the rest of us get to ask, and then county council decides what to do. However, there is a caveat. The ordinance provision says that the sheriff has to come and participate, or his, I don't recall the term, but it's something like direct representative. So I believe it was intended to refer to executive management. So I believe it should be the sheriff or the undersheriff. However, it is sometimes an assistant sheriff has been sent. But I do believe the term participate is used in the ordinance. And I personally believe that means stay for the whole meeting, answer questions when asked, unless you choose not to answer them, that's fine, but be available, be permitted to comment from time to time and listen to all the public comment is what I would call participation. And the sheriff hasn't done that for, I don't know, a year or two. And that I think you could absolutely get a writ of mandate on if the county council chose to do that, and I believe they should. So if that were part of your motion, that wouldn't be a mistake in my mind. But ultimately, county council would have to decide if they're going to do it. You and I cannot order them, but the board listens, and county council listens to the board too. So you know that's a definitely good way to start it. But it's not going to instantly result in the sheriff or Murakami showing up, because he can, I think, get some wiggle room to say, well, I'll send an assistant sheriff or something. I don't know what a court would say about that if we litigated it, but if he sends an assistant sheriff and they're here every time and they participate, and you want to get a writ of mandate for Murakami or the sheriff, I think county council would say, I think you're pushing it too far. On the other hand, the board passes those ordinances. So if the board thinks, and they listen to you, that it should be the sheriff or Murakami, they can write that into the ordinance, and that would be appropriate, in my opinion. County council, went over the ordinance in the first place, so I think they think it's lawful as written. I think it would be appropriate to ask for the sheriff or the undersheriff, but currently I think it has a little more wiggle room than that.
Before we get to a motion, any other commissioners have any questions or comments for Mr. Huntsman?
If I could ask a follow-up, but I'll wait to see if anyone else has a question.
I have a question. I've spoken already, but I'll defer to other commissioners first, please.
Okay, I think Commissioner Harris was first, and then Commissioner Giggins, and then I'd like to move on if we can.
Okay, I think we're both trying to help each other out here. Just a question concerning this issue of length of time for investigations. And tell me how much of the problem is involved with things going, investigations being complete and then going to the district attorney, and they sit there for an interminable length of time. Does that play into some of the delay in us being able to get some type of final resolution, specifically on fatal uses of force?
A minor role. And the reason I say minor, it is certainly true that the district attorney and they languish for ridiculously long periods of time. However, the sheriff's department has no obligation not to proceed in terms of the discipline aspect of a case, simply because a case is being thought of by the district attorney. Historically, the district attorney rarely files criminal charges, and there are cases. Case I gave as an example where an assault rifle was obtained and then it fired at a vehicle that wasn't moving with two unarmed people in it. Seems like that's a case that you could proceed on discipline-wise without having to wait to find out whether or not the district attorney is going to prosecute a criminal case on that. And in fact, lawfully you could. There's a caveat, and this is all addressed in our detailed report about discipline, but there's a caveat, which is because of an old negotiation with the union, the sheriff department has agreed not to force a person to give a statement in their discipline case while they're still being targeted in a criminal case. So if, in the Twyman example, if you were to go and move forward on the discipline of that, you would not be able to force the involved officer, the one who was firing, not any of the others. You could force all the others to talk, but you couldn't force that one person to talk to you. But as we all know, in criminal law, you can't force the person who's charged with a crime to talk at all, ever. And we managed to convict people nonetheless. So there is no reason why the sheriff's department cannot move forward in a timely manner. And even that agreement that I mentioned is not law. It's simply a negotiation that was entered into years ago and that the county has chosen not to challenge. They tried a little bit once in front of a judge who said, you know, unless circumstances change, you're stuck with this agreement because you didn't have a sunset date. but circumstances have changed in a big way. So I think you could even remove that restriction legally. However, even with it, the sheriff's department could absolutely move forward and resolve matters of such great public importance quickly, rather than having the tail wag the dog. If we sit around and wait 6 years because a person could be prosecuted 1 out of 100, and therefore, 10 out of 100 who ought to be benched permanently or fired or disciplined in some way and retrained, we don't deal with them, we're causing the tail to wag the dog. And that's what's currently happening. But it is the case that the DA's office is also incredibly slow in looking at cases submitted to them in this matter.
Commissioner Giggins, last question, and then we need to move on.
Yeah, I do want to bring up the to ask Max, if in your experience and also your study, of other oversights around the country, has there been other examples of when a sheriff moves into another law enforcement's jurisdiction, as we have seen recently? The Board of Supervisors is concerned, the public is concerned, as we heard today in our the public commentary around the sheriff's department moving into LAPD's jurisdiction uninvited to deal with the homelessness issue on Oceanfront Walk in Venice. Is that a thing out there in the universe of law enforcement?
It's not a thing. Law enforcement goes to great lengths to avoid bringing two armed groups together and placing them in conflict. It is not unusual for there to be overlapping jurisdiction. For instance, a peace officer from LAPD who is chasing a murder suspect may go to serve a warrant or conduct surveillance somewhere outside their jurisdiction. And the law specifically encourages, and in some cases requires, coordination and cooperation in that process. But the idea of a sheriff walking into the jurisdiction of a city which has a quite functioning police force in order to get a political moment with a few guys in a cowboy hat, I can't say that's never happened, but I'm not aware of it ever being a thing that happens regularly, because it's so anathema to the way law enforcement usually functions. There's elaborate mutual aid agreements and a process and a communication for them to avoid the horrible potential situation of two groups that are armed coming into conflict. And just the mere fact that they're not necessarily communicating is dangerous. And I see we have an expert on this subject with his finger up, and I would love to defer to him to discuss it a little bit.
Well, if you're referring to me, I'm not the expert on the subject, but everything you said is absolutely correct. But the reason I was raising my finger was to go back to the Twyman situation, which I think is absolutely untenable. And what would you suggest this commission do? Is there anything we can do to move that ball forward to have that particular agreement between the sheriff's department and the union looked at anew, given that situation has changed markedly since the days in which that agreement was entered into, so that it would be some resolution of it?
I think the same thing you could do is the same thing you could do regarding a writ of mandate to enforce sheriff attendance and participation in this process. You could consider the matter, make a motion, and have a majority of the commission support a request that the county look into renegotiating that or changing that. To be clear, again, it doesn't need to be renegotiated at all for the sheriff's department to proceed with internal investigations in appropriate cases, which they don't never do, but they almost never do. So that is simply a sheriff's prerogative, and you could recommend it. But you could also recommend that the county, the CEO's office, and the county writ large goes back and works on that legal restriction, because the legal restriction itself could be lifted. The reason it was put in place is because of the danger of allowing a compelled statement to be used in a criminal matter. There are plenty of provisions in the law and law enforcement practice to avoid that happening, and lots of ways to do it. For instance, this body has recommended external investigation of law enforcement shootings, and if there was an external investigation, then the problem would disappear completely, or could be made to disappear by having different people have the information. And that's a problem that I think is not just the sheriff's department, it's the county's department, because it involves a negotiation with the union. It involves, even if it's just perfunctory at the beginning, it might involve some legal action. So I would say the thing to do would be for this body to recommend both that the sheriff conduct concurrent internal investigations with criminal investigations when he can, and that the county look into lessening the legal restrictions on his ability to do that.
Thank you. The way I think we need to proceed at this point is if there is a motion and a second, we should hear the motion, but we will not be able to vote on the motion until after we have public comment on this. And what makes the most sense is to defer public comment on this update from Mr. Huntsman until all the updates in item number 3 have been heard. So if there is a motion, I think it's appropriate to hear it now, and a second, and then we will vote on it at the end of the meeting after public comment on all of item number 3. So is there a motion?
Commissioner Harris, I cede my time for you to make your motion.
Well, I appreciate that. Being one of the non-lawyers in this group, I have to be, I'm going to ask for some assistance from the other commissioners to make sure I make this motion in a manner that is understandable. I would like to move that this commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors that and direct county council. I know we can only ask the Board of Supervisors to do anything, but I think this commission should ask the Board of Supervisors to direct county council issue this writ of mandate that Max Huntsman has outlined. That is one motion. And that would be for to look into the matters that were laid out in his memo of 3 days ago, I believe it was, or letter that was directed to the sheriff 3 days ago, into their non-compliance with producing documentation and blocking the Office of Inspector General's access to databases to allow them to perform their oversight function so this commission can perform its oversight function. Now, that's pretty wordy. I don't know. Can we shorten that up into something more understandable?
I think that we don't have a second yet. So is there a second?
Second. This is Cass.
Who's making the second? I can't.
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Tolentino.
Commissioner Tolentino, thank you for that. And as I said, we, as a commission, we are not able to vote on this motion until we have full public comment, which will come at the end when we hear all of public comment on item number 3. So perhaps it makes sense during this time period if you or maybe Commissioner Kennedy or perhaps Commissioner Chen, somebody really fleshes out some of the wording, and then we'd go back and revisit it. But I think it's clear at this point what it is that you are requesting, and I think we probably need some refined language. So with that, Mr. Huntsman, once again, thank you for all of your insight and your assistance and all of the work that you do. And now I would like to move back to our agenda, which is item 2C, update and discussion regarding Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, their policy and response to large protests. The commission has received several concerns from the public. We've also read about it in the media and various advocacy groups regarding the Sheriff's Department's response to large protests. Among the concerns have been the Sheriff's Department use of force practices, their arrests, citations, seizure of personal property. Furthermore, on May 28th of this year, as Mr. Huntsman mentioned, a federal judge granted a preliminary injunction limiting the sheriff's department's use of projectiles and chemical agents at protests. To further understand the sheriff's department's policies and procedures for responding to large protests, the commission has requested the participation of a sheriff's department representative. They have supplied us with Lieutenant David Auner from the Operation Safe Streets Bureau and designated him as subject matter expert. We will, following Lieutenant Auner, we will also hear from Krithika Santhanam, a mass protest defense coordinator movement lawyer from the National Lawyers Guild. Thank you both for joining us. We will first hear from presenters before opening the floor for questions and concerns and comments from the commissioners and members of the public. So first, I'd like to start with Lieutenant Auner. You have the floor.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Lieutenant David Auner from LA County Sheriff's Department. I'm assigned to Detective Division. One of my collateral duties is the assignment of our Sheriff's Response Team, referred to SRT. And that response team supports community rights to peaceably assemble by providing resources to ensure public safety, large-scale events, marches, rallies, demonstrations, any type of events that would have a large gathering of persons. Since late of May 2020, been large protests nationwide, and those involve various issues, also involve shootings, law enforcement practices, and a desire by many of the public for systematic change and reform. The scope of these protests and the number have been unprecedented, and for the most part, the protesters have been peaceful. One of the units within the Sheriff's Department is called the Sheriff's Response Team. It's a collateral assignment comprised of deputies and supervisors from across the department, and they are highly trained and equipped to respond to civil disorders, crowd control, special events that may be disruptive to public safety. We have less lethal tools and policies in place to guide the deputies and the supervisors in these types of events. And then I have the question list that you want me just to continue with the 4 items that you wanted me to speak on, or one at a time?
Why don't you go ahead briefly? I think one of the things that would be helpful for all of us is to be able to have you refer to specific policies that are in use in this area. You know, talking generally isn't all that helpful necessarily.
Okay, the use of force policies, the guiding principle is reverence for human life. The deputies are taught to de-escalate instances, use distance, time, communication, any other resources before we have to use resort to less lethal type weapons. The less lethal tools provided, they're invaluable to preventative options to de-escalate dangerous situations. We have policies and procedures, which are all publicly posted online, but they generally follow the same guidelines as any of the deputies in patrol when they encounter suspects or in instances where they have to use force. We have a number of policies and procedures that respect for force in general. And then basically our force policy states department members shall use only that force which is reasonably objectively reasonable. And each force, application of force is investigated by a supervisor. I would say that the policies that we have involving various less lethal weapons and guidance also include a distance, recommended distance, recommended application, the approval of that less lethal device, and in various circumstances that would go along with the initial orders for dispersal prior to deploying those types of weapons, whether they're flashbangs, tear gas, or less lethal weapon platforms.
Can you speak specifically of many of the complaints that we've heard about and read about and received complaints to this commission about excessive use of force during protests?
I don't have all of the complaints that you may have received at your committee or commission. There are some complaints and civil claims that are out there that have been disputed by the department. There are ongoing litigation, so I don't have the information to be able to speak on that. But in general, there was several complaints of civil claims on use of force that were specifically assigned to me. And in most of those instances, we had determined that the Sheriff's Department was not responsible for that use of force. It was either other agencies that were involved in that force. And then any force that was determined to be used by us is still currently under civil litigation or lawsuits.
Can you give us some reference to these other agencies that you've referred to that you investigated and determined that were not conducted by the sheriff?
Yes, some of the allegations of force during protest gatherings that were attributed to, or believed to be attributed to, actions by the Sheriff's Department. My investigation revealed that it was actually the Los Angeles Police Department who had employed force or less lethal platforms that had injured the persons who initially had believed it was the Sheriff's Department. In addition, there was some complaints that were received that may have been by Santa Monica Police Department and not the Sheriff's Department.
All right, I'd like to put this on hold for just a little bit because we do have another speaker and we may get a different view and then we can follow up with questions for both of you and then have public comment. We now, as I indicated, would like to hear from Krithika Santhanam, who is a lawyer from the National Lawyers Guild. Thank you very much for being here, and you have the floor.
For inviting me to comment on this critical agenda item. And before beginning, I want to acknowledge the Vasquez family and so many others who continue to experience ongoing trauma and brutality at the hands of the Sheriff's Department. The National Lawyers Guild of Los Angeles is deeply committed to safeguarding the essential role political protests plays in maintaining a functioning democracy and advancing a more just society. We are especially sensitive to the reality that protesters who dare to exercise their First Amendment right to call out corruption, injustice, and systemic abuses of power are most vulnerable to criminalization and violent police repression. In the past year alone, we've seen this Sheriff's Department police protests in ways that are clearly intended to have a chilling effect on First Amendment activity and to instill fear in all those who dare to take to the streets to call out the deep-rooted corruption, murderous deputy gangs, and gross abuses of power within this department. Now, the Guild routinely deploys legal observers to protests within Los Angeles County, and our legal observers are well aware that protests policed by the Sheriff's Department present the gravest risk of harm to the public, particularly when those protests take place in front of a sheriff's station. So we have profound concerns about the Sheriff's Department's ongoing policing of protest activity, but to adequately present all of our concerns would require far more time than the 5 minutes I've been allotted today. So in the time I do have, I'd like to briefly raise two priority issues with this commission. Next slide, please. The first issue is this department's excessive and unlawful use of force against protesters, as this commission is already well aware. During the mass demonstrations that took place last year in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder, Sheriff's deputies indiscriminately fired less lethal weapons, including foam bullets, pepper balls, tear gas, and flashbangs into largely peaceful crowds, as Lieutenant Honor, acknowledged. The firing of weapons came just minutes after giving a dispersal order and with no provocation on the protesters' part. Indeed, many protesters have reported being hit with less lethal munitions while attempting to safely leave the protest area. One protester who participated in the Dijon-Kazi protest last September was quoted in the LA Times as saying, "It really did feel like a war zone. All they have is brutality for the people." Now, as the commission may already be aware, attorney members of the National Lawyers Guild filed a class action lawsuit against the Sheriff's Department last summer. And as you mentioned, a preliminary injunction was recently granted in that case, restricting this department's use of less lethal force against protesters. Now, in granting the injunction, the court cited the overwhelming evidence presented by the plaintiffs that LASD officers used less lethal force on peaceful protesters, legal observers, and journalists who were not committing any crime, not threatening or throwing things at officers, and not resisting arrest. The injunction, however, is not set to go into effect until sometime after June 21st. So I would ask that this commission, along with the OIG's office, provide some much needed oversight over this department's policing of demonstrations in the interim, particularly given that movement orgs are organizing a march this weekend on behalf of Andres Guardado, who was murdered by sheriff's deputies last year. Next slide, please. The second issue that I'd like to raise is the ongoing criminal violation being sanctioned by Sheriff Villanueva, who has authorized his deputies to tape over their names and badge numbers, despite having no legal authority to do so. But as this commission is already aware, blatantly violating the law is very on brand for this sheriff. Now, Penal Code Section 83.10 clearly mandates that any uniformed peace officer must wear a badge, nameplate, or other device which bears clearly on its face the identification number or name of the officer. Now, we've routinely seen deputies at protests, rallies, and other demonstrations with tape over their names and badge numbers. This obviously prevents protesters and our legal observers from documenting the names of deputies engaged in misconduct. And it also prevents them from, accessing the accountability mechanisms that are currently available, including filing complaints against individual deputies. What's even more disturbing is that we are all aware that this is happening and that it's illegal, and yet there haven't been any interventions to stop this practice. And it's this continued lack of accountability that emboldens the sheriff and his deputies to continue abusing their power. So the National Lawyers Guild, would request that the commission and the OIG's office prioritize this issue and particularly ending this unlawful practice as soon as possible. And I'll stop there and open it up for discussion.
Thank you very much for that. So much to talk about here. What I'd like to do is I started out the discussion asking some questions of Lieutenant Owner, and I'd like to have the other commissioners weigh in at this point. Commissioner Tolentino.
Yeah, Lieutenant Honor, you mentioned or you referenced an incident in which other jurisdictions were involved, but yet the photographs that I see from the National Lawyers Guild, at least all four photographs, indicated that it was clearly the Sheriff's Department. So which incident are you referring to?
Well, sir, some of the incidents that were assigned to me were from the May 20th, 2020, or May 28th deployment, and some of the deployments in Santa Monica and Beverly Hills. So I believe the pictures that were shown look like one of the pictures from in front of our jail. I don't know what date that was. And there were some other pictures that were there that I believe she referred to as the deployment at South LA Station by the looks of those photos. But I don't have the exact dates of those.
Well, so can you comment specifically on those photographs? Because at least they indicate through the photographs a use of force that doesn't seem appropriate.
I can't comment on the videos or the pictures that she showed. I don't have any personal knowledge of those, that particular slide that shows deputies trying to control somebody.
So who would have the knowledge then? Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we were getting somebody from the sheriff's department that would address all these different protests.
Yes, I just was not aware of exactly which protest those pictures had referred to. I can tell by the picture in front of the jails that it's
Lieutenant Elder, it's very clear. Certainly, the ones involving the KPCC reporter, the photograph, certainly involving the Kazee killing, and certainly the issue of having sheriff's deputies cover their nameplates. Can you comment on any of those?
On those specific uses of force, my understanding is they're under litigation. They were not assigned to me, so I don't have the ability to comment on those, or if they were assigned to me. Currently, if they're under civil litigation or under lawsuit, I would not be able to speak on those. I can tell you about covering putting tape over a person's or an officer's nameplate. That was in accordance with California Penal Code, but in place of that was their employee number or badge number, which identifies them uniquely as a police officer for this agency.
And if I could address that for the commission, you can look at our last quarterly report that addresses that incident. That's not an accurate description of the facts. Plates were covered, no additional identification was placed. In many instances, that was a result of internal investigation by the sheriff's department. It was in violation of state law. There was no discipline as to the supervisors regarding that incident. And the only question is, what's the sheriff's department's plan going forward? It is the case that you can cover some things if you have an incident number. There's a legal question as to what's appropriate. A 7-digit incident number that nobody can remember seems less appropriate than a 1 through 10 that people could remember, but that is covered in law. But in terms of that incident, the findings internal to the sheriff department are not consistent with the idea that always appropriate identification was used.
Let's open it up to other commissioners who have some questions.
So,
Commissioner Roten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lieutenant, I have a question about the policies and practices that the Sheriff's Department utilizes during small, large, mass protests. Have any of them been reviewed initially or subsequently during the course of the most recent round of protests, either the policy or the practices by LASD constitutional advisors?
Hello, ma'am. I would just point out that some of the review that was done as far as the covering of name tapes was in response to the doxing that was done across the country on police officers. Specifically, 830.10 of the California Penal Code allows for the badge number to display it or a name to be displayed, and that's what we complied with. In my unit, we have employee numbers that are Velcroed and attached to our uniforms, so that we do comply with that penal code requirement to have identifying markings on us, as well as our department gear that gives us identifying agency information. So that would be unique to us.
And was that reviewed by that policy or the permission that was granted? Was that reviewed by any constitutional advisors to the Sheriff's Department or any other policy or practice related to First Amendment rights or transparency from the transparency requirements from the Sheriff's Department in terms of identification regarding the practice that you just described?
I believe that all of our practices and deployments that may have resulted in the use of force were reviewed by executives. If you have specific dates of deployment, I would respond back in writing so that I could get a response from our department as far as who reviewed those uses of force. And in some instances, there may have been a deployment where nothing occurred other than deployed to a location of force.
So let's take the badge, the elimination of the, or covering the deputies' names and using other identifying number identification to prevent doxing. Was that policy reviewed, or the permission granted to particular deputies or substations, was that reviewed by any constitutional policing advisors to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And when did that review occur?
I don't have the exact date when the review was sent up or when the answer came back, but I can get that to you in response from our department. There was an opinion that we had asked about the doxing concerns, and the remedy was that we could have identifying numbers that would limit the possibility of doxing for officers.
Okay. I would ask Inspector General Huntsman to respond, but before you do, Inspector General, I want to ask Ms. Santhanam a question about additional practices that perhaps you weren't able to go into during your 5-minute presentation. I'm wondering if you could talk about families and the protest activities of families. We've obviously received complaints from families that they have been targeted, particularly when they are protesting the sheriff's department, families and their allies. And we've also heard complaints from families that, for example, memorials to people like Andres Guardado or Marco Vasquez, for example, or any of the others who have been killed by members of the sheriff's department have been desecrated or destroyed by the sheriff's department. I don't know if this falls necessarily under the purview of the work that you do. Obviously, the work that you do has to do with mass protests, but certainly I think this falls within the overall umbrella of suppression of protests and expression of First Amendment activity. So I'm wondering if you can comment on this or others that you all have documented over the course of your work with NLG or other civil liberties organizations in LA County that monitor First Amendment protest activities and policing.
Absolutely. So I'd like to start by sharing that the National Lawyers Guild is part of the Check the Sheriff Coalition, which is a coalition comprised of several movement and advocacy organizations, and most importantly, family members and others who've been directly impacted by the brutality of this department.
Yes.
And,
What?
So we released a report recently targeting the pervasive and ongoing intimidation and harassment of family members who've lost loved ones who've been killed by sheriff's deputies in a comprehensive report, just a month ago now, and that's available. I can make that available to the commission. It's available on the checkthesheriff.com website. And yeah, everything that you suggested is exactly what is taking place. I mean, these families have been brutalized and traumatized by having their loved ones murdered by, deputies within this department, and then are not even allowed to grieve the loss of their loved ones with dignity and in a peaceful and safe way, because there is, targeted retaliation, and so the National Lawyers Guild is particularly sensitive to marches and demonstrations and rallies that are organized on behalf of those who've been murdered by sheriff's deputies, because we know that we can expect the highest levels of violence and retaliatory practices at those rallies and marches, which is why, again, I want to flag for this commission that groups are organizing a march on behalf of Andres Guardado this weekend. And given that the preliminary injunction is not set to take place until after June 21st, I really would urge that there be a lot of oversight provided to how the Sheriff's Department is policing that particular march, which is set to at least end or have it was one of its stopping points, the Compton's Sheriff's Station. So that is a pervasive and ongoing issue. I wasn't able to really fully get into the illegal seizure and retention of protesters' personal property. Coincidentally, the irony is not lost here that the protesters who were arrested at the Dijon Kazi protest last September have been without their personal property, including cell phones, for 9 months now. That personal property was not properly cataloged or booked. It was illegally retained without seeking a warrant or judicial review. And when pressed by attorneys of the National Lawyers Guild to justify the illegal retention, the response we got was that this was part of an ongoing criminal investigation. And I want to flag that for this commission, that the justification being an ongoing criminal investigation it is the very definition of absurdity, given that these protesters were arrested on low-level misdemeanor charges such as failure to disperse, and DA Gascon declined to file ultimately any charges against those who were arrested. So 9 months later, it took the National Lawyers Guild, ACLU of SoCal, and Black Lives Matter Los Angeles sending in a letter to the COC and the OIG office for us to even get a response from the Sheriff's Department on this issue. I haven't touched the targeted retaliation of activists by this department, the way they've been engaging with journalists who are trying to cover the varied and gross and deep-rooted abuses of power that are ongoing. So, I mean, it's like everything else we've heard today. This is, what it looks like when you have this level of misconduct that's so deeply institutionalized. So, I mean, I could, go on and on, but I'll stop there to say that the issues are pervasive, and we really need some much needed oversight. And I know the commission is doing its best to provide that, but what do we do when we have a department being run by someone who is blatantly violating the law and refuses to follow basic, legal protocols? So
thank you for that. I'm just so overwhelmed by the quality of all the work that you've done. You mentioned that you have a report that's just out, and if you would send it to our executive director, he can have it distributed. What I'd like to do at this point, I know that there are going to be other questions and issues, but I do know that there are a number of people who have requested public comment. So I'd like to move to that, and then we can come back and discuss this further and how to move forward with this. So Jennifer, you want to start public comment, please?
Sure, and quick announcement in Spanish first.
Buenos días, si necesita traducción de sus comentarios, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y alguien le dará instrucciones para cómo producir con sus comentarios. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And our first comment will come from Jason R. Jason, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello. So I just want to talk about the Sheriff's Response Team. They are a disruption to public safety. They do not have a reverence for human life. They escalate every situation they are involved in. On the LASD website, the Sheriff's Response Team is allegedly composed of highly skilled and disciplined personnel comprised of a broad base of sheriff's personnel. This is supposed to be the best of the best, and they are. They are the best at engaging in criminal acts, at brutalizing protesters, and shielding their identities. A question that should be posed is how many murderers are on the Sheriff's Response Team? I want to talk about Villanueva and how he disseminates his propaganda through various channels with the intended purpose of tricking the public into believing that protesters are engaged in criminal acts or are paid, so that the demands and messages of these protests, often criticizing him and this corrupt department, are ignored. It is our duty to make sure that he fails in his asinine attempts at fooling folks. Just recently, Villanueva said that People's City Council was a bunch of billionaires, and personally posted about one of their organizers being a Proud Boy, even though Villanueva's beliefs, statements, and actions would out him as a Proud Boy, would out him as a racist, as a fascist, and as a gang leader. And then Villanueva also says that he can't take action against deputy gangs because of the First Amendment, which is dishonest to say the least. We know that he shields these gangs because he's a member of the Banditos himself. He doesn't respect the First Amendment, and there's plenty of evidence showing how he constantly infringes on the First Amendment rights of protesters, demanding accountability, and journalists reporting on the illegal activity of law enforcement. So with all that being said, we hope that this commission continues to fight against Villanueva and his department's sad effort to delegitimize protest.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ellen Geezy. Ellen, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department deputies have repressed the First Amendment rights of protesters and journalists, including brutalizing NPR reporter Josie, apologies if I say her last name wrong, Huang, and making claims directly contradicted by video evidence. Indeed, the way LASD and Sheriff Villanueva have responded to protests and to individual reporters indicates a growing hostility and intention to delegitimize protest in general. Villanueva wants to convince the public that protesters are engaged in criminal acts, are paid, or otherwise illegitimate, so that the messages of these protests, often criticizing him and the department, are ignored. We can't let that happen. Villanueva also says it can't take action against deputy gangs because of the First Amendment, which is disingenuous. But that same apparent respect for the First Amendment is conspicuously lacking when it involves protesters in the streets demanding accountability or journalists reporting on law enforcement activity. I was only able to attend one of these protests myself, so I have no personal experience with this. And I would just like to uplift the voices of those who have been directly impacted by these absolutely heinous acts of the sheriff's deputies. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Hilda Pedroza. Hilda, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Hilda Pedroza, you are unmuted. Would you like to make a public comment? Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to Susan Anderson. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, commissioners. In the interest of time, I want to say that I agree wholeheartedly with the first two speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ricci Sergenko. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Ricci.
Hi, yeah, I appreciate the board hearing this today. And it's funny to hear the deputy, the sheriff's representative talk about First Amendment rights and chilling speech and doxing. You know, I'm gonna submit this formally to this body after the meeting, but I want to let you know that me, Ricci Sergenko, I'm currently experiencing harassment as a result of the actions of Sheriff Villanueva and the Sheriff's Department. Last Thursday, June 10th, I encountered Sheriff Villanueva at the Venice Boardwalk. Expressing my First Amendment rights, I objected to his armed response and the forceful takeover of the Venice Boardwalk homelessness crisis. Despite that not being in his scope of responsibilities. The day before, Sheriff Villanueva addressed the People's City Council, the organizing group I belong to, on Instagram Live, claiming falsely that we were millionaires from the West Side. And then this Monday, Sheriff Villanueva posted about me on his Facebook page, calling me a paid activist. And then yesterday, Ben Shapiro's online publication, The Daily Wire, is a leader in conservative news, wrote an article about me being a paid activist, escalating Villanueva's defamation and public hostility towards me, a constituent and resident of LA County. And then predictably, I received a text a few hours later, including personal identifying information. While unsettling, this kind of behavior is not shocking. This kind of intimidation and harassment is regularly employed by LASD and Villanueva himself. I'm not shocked because I know the Vargas family. I know the harassment and the intimidation that they face from the East LA sheriffs. This is what Villanueva and LASD do. Villanueva's current actions at the Venice Boardwalk and targeting public harassment of advocates, organizers, and protesters is a
Thank
tactic
you,
to
and that does
distract.
conclude your time. That does conclude your time. And before we move on to the next speaker, just a reminder for all of the public comments, this is regarding the agenda item on response to large protest. So with that, Alejandra Estrada, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, I wanted to make a comment. Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes,
I
we
wanted to
do.
make a comment about the sheriff's department and the way they have responded to large protests in general, which is always was an act of aggression. And their implication that us with wooden signs or with protections of their non-lethals, which they regularly deploy from a close distance to cause us to many protesters have been harmed very, very blatantly and very, very dangerously, and it's very indicative of the sheriff's department to show that they do not have any regard for us expressing our First Amendment rights just in general. And to go kind of off of what the previous speaker was saying, they do not have any regard for public safety, and they should not be deployed to any peaceful protests in general, honestly, because they have no regard for anybody other than themselves. And then that is directly Jesus, I'm blabbering. Anyway, the mention of the badge numbers being covered was seen regularly at peaceful protests, and their response was the doxing, but they go on the other side of it and say that we are doxing them when they have directly called out journalists by name and said that we know you, we watch your stuff, and they directly name activists on the street as well. And it's that type of intimidation that shows that they should not be in our system of quote unquote safety. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Yvette LA. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Yvette.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Yvette LA with can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Yvette LA with Dignity and Power Now. Like many other community members, impacted community members, families of those that have been harmed or killed by law enforcement, I am disgusted at the sheriff's attacks on protesters, and most recently, the targeting of houseless, vulnerable people in Venice and the doxing of the protesters that support them, like Richie Sergenko, which you just heard from. Yet, despite the sheriff's murder of Black and brown people, his corruption, misogynist attacks on our only Latina board member, slandering of the county's chief executive officer, doxing and physical attacks on protesters and the media, his budget remains untouched. While I strongly encourage this body to explore every legal mechanism to hold this rogue department accountable, the primary lever of accountability at the board's disposal is the budget, and this body has the moral obligation to make budget recommendations with the lens of accountability. The Sheriff's Department's budget remains over $3 billion, billions that should be used to house and care for our residents. I call on this body to recommend that the board remove funding for the HOST program, funding that keeps the sheriff in our hospitals, and any other social services dollars, and invest those dollars not only in public service, but in community-led public safety mechanisms. This budget does not reflect the board's Care First vision, and enables a disastrous sheriff in a historically murderous department. He is not just attacking our First Amendment rights as community members. He is slandering and targeting our community members that seek to speak out against the murderous activities and violent activities of this department. We cannot allow him to target our community members and to dismiss those that have dissenting opinions about the department, rooted in facts and rooted in our lived experiences. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Sophia Lee. Sophia, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sophia Lee with the Reimagine LA Coalition. I want to echo all of Yvette LA's comments, particularly around how egregious the sheriff's budget is. But with regard to the agenda item, LASD deputies have continued to repress First Amendment rights of protesters and journalists, including specifically brutalizing NPR reporter Josie Huang and making claims that were directly contradicted by video evidence. The sheriff's department has a history of lying. They have a history of antagonizing, harassing, and brutalizing people doing absolutely nothing wrong. I was at a protest, I remember, after the murder of Andres Guardado, and while a mother of someone who was murdered also by LASD, while she was speaking, we couldn't hear her because the sheriff's department started firing rubber bullets into the crowd. These are the kinds of actions that LASD has done. They do not know how to respond to large protests with anything but violence. And Villanueva says that he can't take action against deputy gangs because of First Amendment rights, while his department has absolutely no respect for First Amendment rights. They have attacked protesters, they've attacked journalists. And if Sheriff Villanueva wants to convince the public that protesters are, engaged in criminal acts or paid or what, he is doing those things to mask the violence that his department is committing, and it's disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tamara Kay. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So, the sheriff is not above the law. He needs to be held accountable, and all of his cronies. It's unacceptable, people exercising their First Rights Amendment, that we're being brutalized out there. And I can give you some concrete examples surrounding the Dijon Kizzy, as well as any of the murders of our folks by LASD. During the Dijon Kizzy murder, the night he was actually murdered, the sheriffs were pulling all kinds of abusive powers. They were shoving people in the crowds. They were shining lights on their faces. They were definitely covering their badges. And they like to use the excuse of doxing, yet they're still calling out people in the community and putting us at risk as well. And I think that is like an inexcusable excuse to cover up your name, that they're afraid that they'll be exposed for their wrongdoing, such as police murder. As far as the Dijon Kizzy protest, they also didn't de-escalate. The gentleman that spoke before, I forgot his name, I'm sorry, he that represented the sheriff's department, he said that they de-escalate. They actually do just the opposite. There was no call orders to disperse. They opened fired when folks were standing on the hill, including family members that were there of the Twyman family. We had to evade rubber bullets. Some of us got shot with rubber bullets. We were sprayed with pepper spray. There was no orders to disperse. There was no commands or no attempt to de-escalate. All they do is abuse their power, and it definitely was a war zone out there. And time again, they continue to harass these families that are seeking justice for their loved ones.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Sahara White. Sahara, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hi, my name is Sahara White. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. And I just wanted to uplift and amplify what most folks had said about the sheriff. Villanueva wants to convince the public that protesters are engaged in criminal acts, that they're paid and otherwise legitimate, so that messages of these protesters often criticizing him and the department are ignored. I really just wanted to uplift this because it really is disgusting. I don't really have much else to say other than what folks have been saying on here. And I'm pretty sure what most of y'all agree with, that he is not taking accountability for his actions, and then he's projecting his wrongdoings onto the community members who are actually out here trying to make a change and do what's right. And I don't think that it's fair. And also not even just projecting himself, but repressing folks' amendments. I know you guys heard earlier folks mention the reporter Josie, and the the sheriff's department repressing her First Amendment, and it's not right. I know you guys can only make recommendations, but I hope one day that you guys can recommend to gain more power to do something about these things, since it seems like it's not really being taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Miguel Chemnitzer. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Miguel. Miguel Chemnitzer, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we'll move on to Michelle Infante. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
First and foremost, to the families out there in the public who are going through all this trauma with the Sheriff's Department and with the County Board of Supervisors and anyone else who have been harmed violently or killed by the Sheriff's Department. We believe here at Dignity and Power Now, we believe in the health and wellness of you as an individual. That is the utmost importance. Last month, the COC was a disappointment, to say the least. That's an understatement. You fell apart. You came with no game plan. You had no unity, and you allowed the Sheriff's Department to come in and manipulate you and argue amongst yourself. You created more harm to the families out there in public, and you weren't thinking about what you were doing. Some of you were more concerned with power over the presence of uniting for the families. And it really was a disappointment, because I personally, this is me personally, not DPN, but I fought for a commission that would be there to support the families and give them the platform that they needed. And you didn't do that. You fought amongst yourselves. You wasted time. Some people showed some patriarchy, which was absolutely disgusting. The rest of you didn't even jump in to try to straighten out what was happening, to bring it all back in line for the families. That's who this was built for. It was built for them, and all they're receiving is trauma. I want them to know, the families out there in public, you can come to Dignity and Power Now, and we will help you find that health and wellness that you deserve, that the county and other people aren't serving you as what they should be. Please contact DPN, Dignity and Power Now. My number is 310-924-5994.
Thank you. Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Jennifer.
And the next comment will come from Priya Sethi. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Priya. Priya Sethi, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comments. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move to Naomi Wilson. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to listen to public comment today. I appreciate it. As almost a lifelong resident of Los Angeles County, I am very frustrated at how little oversight there is of Sheriff Villanueva. And I'm also frustrated because when I call my county supervisor, Catherine Barger, to voice my complaints, I am usually met with dismissive responses. But I am calling because, well, at least what I want to say about the protests is that the LASD is violating the First Amendment rights of protesters to peaceably assemble. I've seen it time and again in video. Meanwhile, as the people are peaceably assembling and having their First Amendment rights violated, the sheriff is saying that he can't do anything about deputy gangs such as the banditos or the executioners because that would violate his deputies' First Amendment rights. So it's a clear communication that for Sheriff Villanueva, any rights or so-called rights of his deputies are far more important to him than any sort of First Amendment rights for people. I'd also like to speak, Richie Sergienko spoke earlier about being violent or doxxed by the Sheriff's Department, and that is a violation of his First Amendment rights. He went to the Venice Boardwalk to speak with the sheriff, to protest what the sheriff was doing in Venice, and in response, Villanueva posted about him on Facebook, committed libel by calling him a Proud Boy. And it's just, the sheriff needs to be checked because his behavior is completely out of control. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Kim Olson. Kim, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Kim, would you like to make a comment? You're unmuted now. Hearing nothing, we will move to Alex Cave. You are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Jennifer. I really want to know what the Sheriff's Commission considers a large protest, because I've been at like a dance to celebrate Black joy, and maybe 20 people were there with, just music and their bodies. And probably about 60 sheriffs showed up head to toe in armor and guns and sound cannons. I'm not even joking. So even the representative from the sheriff's department, who I loved, saying, the dog ate my homework. I don't have any proof on, oh, I don't have anything. Like if you showed up to like a high school class with that kind of attitude, bro, like you would get kicked out and sent home. Like you can't come here and be like, I don't have any information as the sheriff's representative. So I have personally witnessed the sheriffs doxing people. It's so funny that they're saying that they're the ones being doxed. I have seen them show up. Even the representative from the sheriff's department said all of these protests they've been to have been mostly peaceful. So then why do they bring weaponry? Why do they have 60 plus sheriff's officers and vehicles there? I have watched as people have been attacked by white supremacists, and the sheriff stood there and did literally nothing. I saw someone get run over and the sheriff did nothing. But somebody says something that they don't like, they run in and try to arrest them, and NGL has to stop them. We are literally living in a police state. I have nightmares about the sheriff's department stopping me, finding me in my home. What are we doing? Like literally, what are we doing? They have no respect for people. And like Josie Huang, everyone's talked about, they silence these protesters, or they silence the media. They go on Twitter and lie about them and dox people. This is absolutely horrific. I cannot believe this is happening in 2021. That this is the place we're living in. That concludes my comment.
Thank you. And next is Helen Jones. Helen, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Helen Jones, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, and hearing nothing, we'll move on to Gina Viola. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
So Villanueva has acted above the law since the day he was elected. We have been protesting weekly at the hall of what he's made injustice since 2018. Some weeks, these protests were as small as 20 of us, but the sheriffs always had an unreasonable show of force. I would stand feet away from LASD deputies snickering at family members as they told their stories about their loved ones killed by this department, and then the retribution and harassment that would occur over and over again. We were out there with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles every single week for years, and always met by a department who treated us as though we had no right to be there. Eventually, we weren't even permitted on the front area of the building. Blockades were set up, only on Wednesdays, to prevent us access to this public space. After George Floyd was killed in the People's Uprising, the entire department would be there with weapons and snipers on the roof. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of deputies fully ready to go. Cars, deputies' cars surrounding us for these incredibly peaceful protests, deeply rooted in love and care for our community who had been traumatized at the hands of the sheriff's department. These family members would get up and tell their stories, surrounded by this outrageous show of force. I made it a point every week to pick up the phone and call my board of supervisors, Sheila Kuhl, and tell her office, count the number of officers that were there. Tell her who had their fingers on the triggers of the guns. The person who picked up the phone there started to recognize my voice by name on Wednesdays and say, oh, hey, Gina, how are you? Are you safe today? This sheriff, you must defund him. Starve the beast. There is no other way. You've shown that. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Leticia Vasquez. Leticia, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You are unmuted. Would you like to make a comment regarding response to large protest?
No, actually, I did that by accident. We spoke earlier today, so I think I'm
No
okay.
problem. Okay, sure. And
thank
next is Ji Young Carolyn Park. Please go ahead with your comment, Ji Young.
Hello, my name is Jiyoung Carolyn Park, she, her. I am an attorney on the class action suing the Sheriff's Department over excessive force. I'm decidedly not an NLGLA member. So I just wanted to point out that a lot of the time, the Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff deputies have not made a dispersal order before shooting less lethals and using force against protesters. And what they're apparently now doing, at least I know that they did this on Saturday, is to say, oh, protesters, you do have a right to protest, and then use touching the barrier or being near the barrier as an excuse to shoot less lethals, and that's so that's a change in tactic to get around violating First Amendment rights in name, but then doing so de facto. So I urge the members of this commission to do whatever it can to support the enactment of a consent decree to defund the Sheriff's Department and to hold Sheriff Villanueva accountable.
Does that conclude your remarks?
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Julie Martinez. Julie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, these large protests is an opportunity for the community to affect change through policy. As protests spread from Minneapolis across the country, with tens of thousands of people taking to the streets in a collective expression of anger, grief, and frustration, America is being forced to reckon with its legacy of racism in law enforcement. Law enforcement has kept communities of color oppressed for centuries. So we need to get out in the streets. We need to confront this. We need to reframe America's history and begin to build an equitable future for us. Many states have been quite active regarding police reform. And actually, there's over 30 states have made significant changes to police tactics. And then on a local level, cities and counties have initiated changes in their laws to review police practices. Our opportunity to take to the streets in these large protests are extremely important. As I started with, we can affect change. The Los Angeles Sheriff Department, led by Villanueva deputies, have been repressing our First Amendment rights of protesters and journalists, as we know. The LA County Sheriff Department, led by Villanueva, respond to protests and reporters with hostility. He attempts to delegitimize our protest in general. He's claiming that he cannot go after deputy gangs only because they're violating his First Amendment right. He recently, this week in fact, is claiming that we protesters are paid. I want to let you know I am not paid. I am the grandmother of Paul Rea, who was shot in the back while trying to get away from sheriff deputies in East LA Station. I am not paid. I'm a family member who has become an activist. But let me tell you who's paid. Sheriff Villanueva is paid by the taxpayers, working class folks across the county. He's paid to protect us.
That does conclude your time. Thank you. And next we'll hear from Valerie Vargas. Valerie, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna make this quick because I'm at work, but this is more so to make a public record of what's going on here, and it's also to the protesters out there who were charged and just detained from last year's protest and this year's protests. Right now on the Civilian Oversight Committee, what the person at LASD sent out is that the representative right here, Lieutenant Garner, we're very familiar with him through another family that we talked to, and this lieutenant is arguing that the sheriff's deputies hide their, you know, identifying information due to doxing of police officers around the country, and well, in LA County, LA County, and we know why they're hiding their information, because a lot of the deputies that run around without their name badges, they often have misconduct cases against them. This lieutenant that the sheriff has sent out, he himself has been charged with falsifying records and filing false police reports. This is the type of person that LASD sends out to represent themselves, just to give you guys an idea of who's behind LASD and who comes onto these boards. That concludes my time.
Thank you. And next is Andres Kwan. Andres, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Andres Kwan, ACLU. First of all, we strongly encourage the commission to appoint Professor Chen as the next chair. Her expertise and experiences are incomparable and valuable to the commission. Regarding Villanueva, the ACLU, we call for his resignation. The ACLU does not endorse candidates, and we rarely call for elected officials' resignation. In fact, to do so, we have to meet a high threshold where the elected official represents a grave and imminent threat to civil liberties. Last summer, our ACLU board deliberated and determined that Villanueva met this high threshold. Indeed, he has become the single greatest threat and danger to our civil liberties and really to actual lives. Let's call it for what it is. Villanueva is the Trump of Los Angeles. We've been calling him that for a few years now. At the ACLU, we've been suing Donald Trump almost every other week for about 2 years before Villanueva came in. And we saw the long list of similarities right away, ever since he rehired Carmen Doyen, made a complete bait switch on immigration, killed active investigations into serious misconduct, arrests that were unseen in prior administrations, going back to former Sheriff Lee Baca. And it's all been downhill from there, including this discussion here. And Villanueva himself, with his targeted retaliation, has sought to silence community advocates, organizing to hold him and his department accountable. In particular, he's doubled down against families. The day after we released our Check the Sheriff report on sheriff harassment of families, which focused on 2 families in particular, Villanueva went on his Instagram Live and singled out and identified by name these 2 families, which was deeply disturbing. And what is that if that's not doxing? And you just heard from Richard what's happening with him. On the same vein, Villanueva is constantly manipulating the truth, discrediting and attacking media, including Joseph Huang, and saying that LA Times lies. On the same vein, he's been bullying and harassing and threatening county stakeholders with a mandate to provide oversight. And we really need stronger checks and balances of the Sheriff Trump of Los Angeles, but not just him, but the department as well, because Villanueva is only a product of the culture of the department that's rotten to his core.
Paul Escobar. Paul, please go ahead with your comment. Paul Escobar, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes. One thing that I would like to mention about the large presence of police at protest is the display of Blue Lives Matter flags on their vest, on their uniform. And this is something that is a direct response to Black Lives Matters and to all the protesters and organizations that are fighting against the injustices of police departments, especially LASD. So I would like to put up a motion for this body of officials is to have the Sheriff Villanueva ban such insignias of Blue Lives Matters flags. He's going to use the excuse that, oh, it's an American flag and that it has a blue line. No, this is a direct response to Black Lives Matters and to all the organizations that are, like I said, fighting for injustices perpetrated by these law enforcement. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Helen Jones. Helen, please go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you, Jennifer. First, I want to say we're not paid protesters. We are grieving families, and a lot of us been grieving for years. We cannot let the Sheriff Department repress our First Amendment rights. In the last 12 years, I have been protesting, speaking out, trying to save lives. No one has been able to tell the Sheriff Department what to say, tell them what to do, even when their crimes are caught on video. It's really sad for us to see what the sheriff department can get away with. And then with the other hand, he want to stop families from speaking out about their pain, for peaceful protesting. And when the only thing we out there trying to do is support each other and speak out with each other, so we can talk about the sheriff department not having no accountability because his department don't want to hear what we got to say, because we speaking the truth about how they kill us, how they wrongfully kill us, how they wrongfully abuse us, and with no accountability. It's disgusting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the last public comment will come from Stephanie Luna. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm the aunt of Anthony Vargas, who was murdered by East LA Sheriff Deputies Jonathan Rojas and Nicholas Perez in August of 2018. Speaking on agenda item 2C, I can't say this enough. There is no regard for human life or safety when these deputies are out in the streets during protests, rallies, and even vigils. They show up with force against community members and families who are holding nothing more than cardboard signs denouncing the very violence these sheriffs show up with. There's no excuse that can be put into place to justify the brutality that they commit. The brutality of community activists and families of those murdered doesn't stop in the streets. It continues to take place outside family homes, online, and at memorial sites. We go out and hold these elected officials responsible for what they've done, and the Trump valet Villanueva goes online to publicly call out families of those his deputies have murdered, and now he's going online to harass and intimidate those who go out to speak against him. Richie was out in Venice exercising his First Amendment right, and Villanueva accused him online on his re-election account of being a proud boy and calling him a paid activist. Are you kidding me? This is someone who has stood alongside families, including my own, while we face the harassment and intimidation from this department. Now we're standing here alongside him as he faces it. The sheriff's department is quick to talk about doxing, but that's exactly what they do and allow their deputies to do on their personal social media accounts while they gang stalk surviving families and community leaders such as Richie. We know why they hide their badges and nameplates. They do it because all too often these deputies out in the streets are those who have been involved in criminal activities like falsifying records and filing false reports. We can't ride a bike. We can't be sitting in a car. We can't be walking home from a barbecue, can't be exercising our First Amendment rights, and now we can't even grieve in peace without knowing that the sheriff's department has the freedom to show up, shoot us with grenades, shoot us with, they call them less lethal weapons, but we know what they are. They shoot them at us to hurt us. We need to check the sheriff. We need to, get him out of LA. He's no good for us. Villanueva must go. Richie, we support you. And, this commission needs to do better. You guys need to do a little bit more to protect not just the families, but the activists and community leaders that are fighting in the streets every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And we did have one additional person, Shonique Williams. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, Shonique Williams, statewide organizer with Dignity and Power Now. And I would just like to say that at this time, there is no, I can't even think of the proper word. There is no comfort in the community for the sheriff's department. And participating in large protests is a form in which the community feels best to express themselves due to the inability to overturn and pull down sheriffs such as the one that is currently in office at this time. So I feel that it is absolutely necessary for this commission and for all of those responsible to allow the community to be able to express themselves as necessary, to remove all the barriers and hindrances that we find when we are out here trying to express ourselves, and to not criminalize the ability to free speech and to freely protest, and to just bring about a sense of things that are happening in the community. Communities do not see and understand what the sheriffs are doing in communities if it does not impact their own. Communities of color constantly find themselves brutalized at the hands of police unjustly, and actually there is no just for police brutality. But however, moving forward, I just think that I would like to see greater work done from this commission, and more ways in which the community can exercise their votes and their ability to protest freely. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all public comment for this item.
Thank you. I think we are long overdue for a break. So we will take a 15-minute break and then come back to agenda item 2D. It's obvious this is a discussion that is going to continue for a while. So we'll see you all in 15 minutes at 11:44.
Madam Chair, before we can adjourn, will we be able to ask questions to County Council about some of these First Amendment issues before we move on to the next agenda item?
You know, I think we should probably hold on to that because we do have a very full item regarding Sheriff's Department and the hospitals, and the speakers have been waiting for a while. So let's see how the time plays out.
Okay,
Thank you.
And for any of the panelists, if you are in front of your computer back from break already, please turn your camera on so we can start seeing who's around and available. Thank you. And for all commissioners, if you are in front of your computer, please do turn your cameras on so we can see who is back. And Chair Rubin, it is 11:44.
Great, welcome back. I want to thank everybody for returning, and I also want to apologize for the speakers on item 2D who've been waiting around all morning. We look forward to hearing from you. This is an issue that we have talked about and heard about before.
Chair Rubin, we still have a motion that's been seconded on the.
Right. We will get to that at the end.
Thank you.
The commission had requested a Sheriff's Department subject matter expert to discuss the terms and basis for the Sheriff's Department hospital security services, the scope of a deputy's duties in the hospital setting, any policies or trainings that apply to deputies and hospitals, and how those policies, practices, and trainings were executed during the shooting of Nicholas Burgos, and any updates to existing policies in that regard. In addition to our speakers who we have set for today, we have Tab Rhodes from PPOA, who is on as a listener, although if there's some issue, he may want to indicate an opportunity to speak. So right now, let's get started with a representative from Sheriff's Department Countywide Services Division, Captain Britta Steinbretter. It's still good morning, so welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. And I'm very honored to be able to be here with you today. And I'm very proud of County Services Bureau. It's my bureau is responsible for the general law enforcement and building security for our 6 county hospitals, our 85 libraries, and 320 county buildings. Harbor UCLA is one of my 6 hospitals. At Harbor, I have 31 personnel that are assigned, and then there's also private security guards that are also assigned. We provide 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a week of coverage for the hospitals. And the dating back to almost 1915, the LA County hospitals have been staffed with county law enforcement. And that could be from a guardsman to a security guard to the deputy sheriff, and then also, our security officers. So historically, the LA County Office of Public Safety, known as the Safety Police, back in 1998 was tasked with providing the security. And it wasn't until 1993 when we added metal detectors, additional private security, after, if you recall, there was a disgruntled patient that entered LA County USC Medical Center. He was armed, came through the ER, and critically wounded 3 doctors, took 2 people hostage, and about 5 hours later, he surrendered. In December of 2009, the Board of Supervisors, in order to minimize taxpayers' costs, provide a greater standard of policing and security, decided to merge the Office of Public Safety, which is OPS, with the Sheriff's Department. And by May of 2010, the merger was completed, and that's when County Services Bureau came on board. Since 2010, the LA County Sheriff's Department and my bureau have contracted with the Department of Health Services to provide law enforcement services for their hospitals and also their clinics. And there's approximately 40 clinics. And these services are provided by our deputies, our security officers, my supervisors, which would be a sergeant and a lieutenant, and then private security. And one of the pluses about having us on post and on scene is with my personnel on site, our response times to any incident is expedited. And when you compare that to a police response out in the field, they have to drive to the location. My deputies usually on average could respond to an incident inside the hospital within 2 minutes. And then they're also very familiar with the staff and the hospital and their immediate surroundings. So referring to Harbor UCLA, it's a level 1 trauma center, sits on 76 acres, and it serves a population of over 2 million just in the South Bay area. So they have a huge patient load. They have a lot of outpatient, inpatient, emergency room visits. So in order for us to be able to accommodate all these needs, all of my deputies, my sergeants, my lieutenants, they've all attended the California Peace Officer Standard and Training Academy, which is the post-approved academy. It's 22 weeks long. And then once we graduated the community or the academy, we continue with our training. The training doesn't end there. We have refresher training in all avenues. So one of the questions that I was asked is about the deputies' duties in the hospitals. And so our primary role is to provide a visible security presence inside and around the hospital. And this reduces crime. It provides security for the outpatients, the visitors, the staff, and anyone seeking treatment at any one of our hospitals. Deputies respond to handle criminal incidents, both criminal and non-criminal. We handle disturbances. We respond to emergencies. We also patrol the parking structure and the helipad in case there's any helicopters that land. We respond to patients that are brought into the hospitals, whether they're a victim of a gunshot, a stabbing, a rape, a domestic violence. We handle a lot of the assaults that occur on the campuses, whether it's against a patient, against a hospital staff, if it's against us, or if it's on patient. We handle trespassing that occurs on the grounds. Also, we've seen an increase over the years of homelessness and transients that once they get seen at the hospital, they don't want to leave, or they try to sleep on the campuses because they're looking for shelter. So we deal and we create relationships so that we can remove them from the premise, again, for the public to feel safe. We play a huge role in locating and returning mentally ill patients that elope from the hospitals, because many a times they just don't want to stay. And we coordinate with the hospital administration on many avenues. Number one, relationship building, then with any type of training, primarily with active shooter, and then safety training for the employees. Most recently, and which is at the forefront, is our escalation training. It's known as CPAT, and it's either mobile or a trailer, but the deputy or the security officer, they enter the trailer and they get like scenario-based training, and it's live interaction, but it's a screen and a scenario is going, and you're working along and working in the scenario, and then we have instructors there that once it's done, then they critique each scenario. And we try to do that training at least twice a year for us here at County Services Bureau. So when we talk about policies, because we are governed by policies, and whether we're out in the field in patrol, working in a custody environment, or working at our hospitals, all personnel, all LASD personnel are responsible to follow our manual and policy and procedures. We have a basic duty to protect the public, our staff, our employees from being harmed. And our law enforcement officers, they respond to Harbor, and I used Harbor as an example because that's where a lot of the focus is on right now, to provide security not only for people that are under arrest, but other suspects that require medical okay to books prior to being accepted at any one of our custody booking facilities. We also have outside officers that arrive because they need to interview victims. They have to determine if there's a crime. They conduct follow-up investigations. And then they may have to provide security that for suspects that are being treated, but that are in our custody. And usually what we're trying to do is maintain the information so it goes out to outside agencies that when they come to the hospital, that they check in. Usually everyone comes in through the emergency room, and there's signage that's placed that says, please contact the head nurse, the charge nurse, or please contact the sheriff's department. Here's a phone number so that we know that you're on campus. And then we have them sign in, we issue them a visitor badge so that we know where they're at throughout the building, even though they're in uniform. But this helps keep everybody on notice of who's in the facility. We also have and maintain Department Emergency Operating Procedures. We call them our EOPs, and they're directives. And they teach us and guide us on how we handle certain incidents, such as a civil disturbance, media relations, traffic control, infant abductions, active shooter scenarios, bomb threats, hostage situations. And those are reviewed by the staff, whether during briefing, on their own. They have a computer access where they can access through our library all of these policies and procedures because they are digital. When we have deputies that are assigned to the hospitals specifically, they receive a detailed hospital orientation manual. They get a welcome orientation briefing. We have daily shift briefings before the beginning of every shift. And then we also are given copies of the hospital's policies. As they're updated, a copy is given to us, they're briefed. We have a bulletin board that we keep in our office or in a notebook where all these directives, policies are, that anyone can reference them at any time. And as I shared with you too, especially in the hospitals, we do a lot of the de-escalation training just to make sure that everybody's getting the same message and the same training. And to show you how the relationship works with the hospital staff, March 12th of 2020, we entered the coronavirus pandemic, and there were changes to the visiting policy, the need to wear personal protective equipment gear, and how the visiting was going to go, not only for the patients, their processes, but family members. And so all of these new protocols were shared with our department. We briefed. We even had an APIS roster where we documented the employee and the type of training that they received, so we can add it to their training record. I've been in this bureau now for 5 years. The relationships that we have with all of the hospitals are dynamic. They're very encouraging. We have a great line of communication. I have my lieutenants, zone lieutenants, that are responsible for either the north zone or the south zone of the hospitals. I have my liaison sergeants, sergeant supervisors, and then of course my deputies and security officers that are assigned to the hospitals.
Thank you very much for that. That's a good overview. Before we open this to questions, I'd like to hear from the rest of the panelists who have been waiting for all morning. I guess Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson, Executive Director of Frontline Wellness, is with us, as is Hannah Janeway, who is from LA County Olive View Medical Center. Thank you both for joining us. I think we'll start with Mark Anthony. Do you want to start first?
That sounds good. Yeah. Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes, you sound good.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I'm really happy we get to talk to you this morning about this issue. This is something that we think is so important to not just what happened at Harbor UCLA, not just kind of the broader context of care in our county, but also the mission of the county as it's being driven by the Care First, Jail Last approach. And so if we could go to the next slide, what I want you to understand is how we got here. Certainly, the killing of Nicholas Burgos was devastating to community members, to the families, but also to clinicians. And what we moved really quickly, not just to talk to clinicians, but to also to say, look, we need to expand the conversation because this isn't just about the shooting that happened in that moment. It's about a broader pattern of violation of patient rights that is taking place in our care setting. And so we moved and were able to get the Board of Supervisors to pass a motion unanimously initiated by Supervisor Willie Thomas that did three things. One was it instructed the Inspector General to investigate the shooting. It instructed County Council to determine what legal authority the board had to restrict law enforcement presence in our care settings. And it instructed DHS, the Department of Health Services, to develop the optimal strategy for promoting community safety in our hospitals. And we think it is absolutely important for this commission to understand that our care settings are within your purview, that you should think about custody, patrol, and care as three different arenas. And that care arena is one that has been untouched and needs urgent attention. And we say that because Los Angeles County has this Care First roadmap, which it really is saying if we invest in more infrastructure of care, more clinics, more urgent care centers, more treatment, we can reduce incarceration and policing and police contact in people's lives. That mission will fail because of the current paradigm. And the current paradigm provides a sheriff with deep reach into patients' lives, deep reach into our care settings in ways that is resulting in violation of patient rights, in addition to physical harms. And we're going to talk to you about what clinicians themselves are saying about that. But what we want you to understand is the same deputies that are harming people in the community are bringing those people in custody to the healthcare setting and then pressuring clinicians to doctor up their notes in ways that confirm their story of what happened, right? That's the type of things that we're seeing. What we're seeing is that the same deputy gangs that harm our folks and intimidate families also intimidate and threaten clinicians when they try to defend the constitutional rights of patients, right? And this is held together by a structure, by the MOU and the contract that exists between the Sheriff's Department and the Department of Health Services. And what we want you to understand is that MOU has not been touched. It still has the signature of Mitch Katz and Sheriff Baca on it, that it was signed in 2011. We have learned a tremendous amount about sheriff violence, obstruction of justice, brutality, and all the things that you deal with on a regular basis about the department since 2011. And so there's a need to reorganize the ways in which the sheriffs have reached into our care settings based on what we understand about the limitations of the Sheriff's Department. Every year, our county spends $35.7 million on a contract with the Sheriff's Department to be in our care settings. That's in addition to a $32 million contract with private security. And I say that for two reasons. One, the sheriffs benefit from the assumption that they are performing the functions that oftentimes private security are performing. And so sometimes people say the reason we need sheriffs is because they prevent people from carrying weapons or things of that like into the hospital, when in fact the people who are operating the metal detectors, who are checking bags, who are doing screenings at the door, are private security. We've talked to heads of hospitals who have dealt with very devastating incidents of violence inside of their facilities, and who had to really grapple with the question of how do they keep their patients and providers safe. And what they opted into was private security, not the Sheriff's Department. So the notion that the sheriffs are universally necessary in our care settings is simply a false one, and we want you to interrogate that. And so I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Janeway. But one of the things that we want you to do and really have as a starting place, if we could go to slide number 5, the next slide, and the slide after that. This is much bigger than the question of should officers carry firearms in our care settings. There's a tendency to narrow the conversation based on what happened to Nicholas Burgos to that question. What it is about attitudes and behaviors that undermine actual treatment outcomes. and violate patient rights on a routine basis. And so I want to hand it to Dr. Janaway to walk us through some of the things that we're finding and seeing as patterns of routine violations in our care settings.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. My name is Dr. Hannah Janeway. I'm an emergency physician at Olive View Medical Center. I've been there for 2 years. Before that, I was 4 years at Harbor UCLA. So I've been in the county working in the emergency department as a physician for 6 years now. I can tell you before we get into the subject, just for me personally, I've come to realize that law enforcement is probably the #1 biggest threat to me providing quality care to our patients in the hospital setting. And I came to this issue too after an act of police violence that I witnessed at Harbor UCLA, the first shooting that happened 5 years ago to Ruben Herrera. But ever since that time, I've come to look and see at these little infractions that are made in the ways in which our patients' lives are in privacy is violated. And I want to say something that the sheriff representative said, which is that like the duty is to have an active police presence. Now think about what our community just said during these last sessions about how they feel about the police. They feel that the sheriffs are terrorists, are gangs, they're scared of them. So how can you create a care space that has an active police presence, and that's their job, is to make it look like a fortress with police around side, and then expect people to walk in and think that they're gonna be able to get care and open up to providers? How is our community going to do that? The communities we serve are terrified of the sheriffs, and we can never provide good care to them if we have a police presence like a fortress around our facility and inside of it. So if you go to the next slide, you don't just have to take my word for it though. We actually did a lot of interviews and semi-structured interviews, a qualitative research study, and surveyed emergency physicians, dozens of them in LA County facilities. And we asked them really basic questions. And the first question we asked them is, have you ever had an experience where law enforcement presence or actions made it challenging for you to care for a patient? 85.7% said yes. So despite what the Sheriff's Department is telling you about this amicable relationship that we supposedly have with the Sheriff's Department, it's just not true. 85.7% said that they had an experience where they felt they couldn't care for the patient or it was more challenging because of their presence. And that's why we say it's not just about weapons, it's also about attitudes and behaviors that make it impossible for patients to feel safe and for us to be able to provide that critical care we so want to this really vulnerable patient population. Next slide, please. So here are just some few examples of just things that people said when we asked them, like, well, what do you mean by challenging? And they said, well, law enforcement refused to leave the treatment room so that we can have private conversations with them about personal medical information. Law enforcement asked clinicians to disclose protected information about the condition of a patient or even print charts. They've asked me to print entire charts, members of the Sheriff's Department, and intimidated me when I did not. And then also even they request physicians to change the medical record, actually doctor it so that it says that the story that they told us is consistent with injuries, which is definitely not our role and really just an unethical request for any law enforcement agency. Next slide, please. And we also asked them about, like, have you ever felt pressure to violate patient privacy because of law enforcement? You know, and I think if you ask physicians, like, have you felt pressured, it probably led to them actually violating patient privacy, because we're working in this really stressful environment, and the easiest route is sometimes the route that people take. 68.6% said they were pressured to violate patient privacy because of law enforcement or the sheriffs. And 42.9% had an experience where law enforcement attempted to influence our critical medical decision-making. The steps that we take to basically assure that a patient is safe prior to discharging them into custody or prior to admitting them to the hospital or discharging them. Almost half of the people said that their decision-making was influenced by this intimidation by the sheriffs. Next slide, please. And these are some quotes that came out of those surveys. When I refused to share patient information, they became visibly upset and irritated. I'm a small female and I've had them come too close, stand over me and ask aggressively, question my medical decisions. I personally have had them do the same, ask for my employee number, ask for my name, and attempt to intimidate me with their size and with their physical stature. Next slide, please. And law enforcement are not a root cause solution to harm or unsafe conditions. We know this. All the research points to this. Next slide. And, you know, clinicians universally said this to us when we asked them. We did a bunch of semi-structured interviews with nurses, and they recognized this. They were like, how can we provide care with a patient? How can we form a therapeutic relationship with a patient if we have the sheriffs hanging out there and our patients are terrified of of them and while they're still in the same room. You know, you can't have the sheriffs hanging out. It's crazy. A lot of times it scares them. I can see, and that's why I will actually try to convey to the patient that I'm their advocate, that I'm there for them, because I know it frightens them. They're afraid law enforcement is going to do something to them. These are not the care spaces that we want to provide to our most vulnerable patients. And as Mark Anthony said, I work at many other hospitals. In those hospitals, we have private security, and we are all able to maintain a consistent level of safety throughout those facilities as well. I'm going to pass it back to Mark Anthony just to finish up.
So one thing we wanted you to know is that post the shooting of Ruben Herrera, some work was done, and Dr. Janeway was a part of that, to really think about alternatives to law enforcement presence. One of those reforms was the use of code gold teams. These are multidisciplinary clinician teams that initially included law enforcement to respond to de-escalation situations in the care setting. And what has been so important for you to know is that these teams have been so successful at de-escalating situations with patients is that they've actually been able to delay the sheriff response. Initially, they requested the sheriffs delay deploying for de-escalation in the hospital by 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, then 15 minutes, then 20 minutes. Nicholas Burgos was killed within that 20-minute period. And I think it's important for us to understand that there's a whole host of systemic solutions that have already been tested that need to get built upon. And that we could, if we freed up more resources to do it and to invest in the care setting. And also invest in clinicians who have a very different framework around how to respond to patients that's fundamentally rooted in the notion of do no harm rather than the notion of control and suppression, right? Some of these issues have been tested in court. We know that the Supreme Court has sided on the side of patients and have sided against clinicians and law enforcement sharing information, the outcomes of exams, the outcomes of toxicology reports, the outcomes of tests, and things like that that are often used to press charges against patients. And as you saw and as you heard from Dr. Janeway, sometimes when even clinicians attempt to stand up against these incidents, they're often intimidated or met with aggression by the sheriff's department. And we have countless stories. I cannot tell you how many stories we have of this happening. In fact, UCLA Health System recently changed their policies to make it clear to clinicians that they have a right to protect their patients from influence on medical decision making by the sheriff's department, because what they found is that in moments where they were trying to make 5150 determinations of their patients, which basically says they should be held in the hospital to be stabilized, law enforcement would come in and pressure them to release those patients so they could take them off into jail. This is an extreme violation of folks' rights. It undermines care, and it is the opposite direction of the Care First Jail Last roadmap. And so we're asking you to really think about this and interrupt the current structure and to really question what is happening. If we can go to the next slide, I really want to talk to you about what you can do. Next slide, please. Given that the county's Care First Jail Last vision aims to reduce the ways in all of our settings, including our care setting, negatively impact our patients' lives, including increasing incarceration of Black and brown people. Given that the current MOU is a relic of the Baca era and grants the LASD a dangerous amount of reach, given that the DHS already spends $32 million on private security, and many hospitals have already proven that we don't need sheriffs, but we need to invest in non-law enforcement solutions that have already been proven to be successful. That same Code Gold team that I mentioned responded to over 1,400 de-escalation incidents at Harbor UCLA in 2019. 0 of them resulted in sheriff use of force. For us, that is the clearest indicator that the sheriffs are not needed to respond in de-escalation incidents. And in fact, we believe they disrupt them. And clinicians have said that they often make things worse. And then given that we have documented testimony of providers that confirm sheriffs in our hospitals routinely violate patient privacy rights, Fourth Amendment protections, intimidated providers with the intention of influencing medical decision-making, and that loss of life is a very real direct result of sheriff intervention, we believe that the COC can take the following steps. Next slide, please. One, we think that the COC can adopt the position that LASD in our safety net hospitals is unnecessary. Again, we have proactive solutions that have been tested that need to be funded and built upon. There is private security that already exists already. And that these incidents are examples of sheriff posing significant risk to public safety. and also recommend that the county reallocate the money that's been spent in LASD substations, the stationing of sheriffs in these hospitals, particularly our safety net hospitals most used by Black and brown people, as well in safety net hospitals, that's reallocated towards strategies that clinicians agree are foundations for increased safety and in practice are more effective. That includes decreasing clinical response times by clinicians, invest in addressing the social determinants of health. How do we provide more service provision infrastructure into the actual hospital? The clinicians are calling for this over and over as a root cause that would address patient safety and clinician safety. And increasing clinical staff as well, and more training for clinicians, specifically in verbal de-escalation. We have had clinicians tell us that law enforcement is so ineffective in de-escalation that they've had to work on their own de-escalation skills, that training is not frequent enough, and that if there was more training for clinicians, it would create a culture of de-escalation that would benefit and center patients' needs rather than them having to navigate the inefficacy of the sheriff's department in our situations. And again, Nicholas Burgos and Ruben Herrera are the unfortunate legacy of what happens when we don't take those positions. And so there's much more we can share with you, but we wanted to offer you this as a foundation. We think your role in this is absolutely critical to move us in the direction that the county is trying to move us in, and that our care setting should be facilitating, one that is reducing incarceration, reducing the likelihood of violation of rights, and reducing harm by law enforcement in spaces that our community should be able to trust.
Thank you all very much for that. Before I open this up to the other commissioners, I want to ask you, Mark Anthony, if you can either supply us with or point us to the documentation that you've referred to in terms of the violation of patient rights, the intimidation of doctors. I mean, the pie charts were very persuasive, but I assume you have other documentation that would support that. And if you could provide that to the commission, I think we would like to see that. So that would be helpful.
Definitely. In this month's Harvard Law Review Journal, Professor Ji-Sun Song did a pretty incredible review of this issue and the ways in which law enforcement presence in hospitals sets up violations of Fourth Amendment rights and Fifth Amendment rights. You should have that already. In addition to that, we're going to send you the actual testimony and send you the actual interviews and data that we got. So you can see for yourselves what clinicians are saying that verifies that those violations of rights are taking place.
Thank you. That would be really helpful. We did get the Harvard Law Review. Obviously, our focus is LA County. So if you could supply us with that, I think that would be terrific and helpful. So at this point, I'd like to open the conversation up to other commissioners who have questions or comments. Yes, Commissioner Giggins.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It's very, very informative and enlightening. I have a question of where are the administrators? It seems the presentation seems very focused, appropriately so, on clinicians and practitioners. But where are the administrators on these hospitals? The people who lead these hospitals, up the chain. What's there? Are they resistant to making a change? I know they're always very big on patients' rights, et cetera, and confidentiality. Do you have any information on that? Is there any leadership among any administrators that lead these hospitals to really look at these, seem very serious violations?
Definitely. I'm glad you asked that question, and I would ask Dr. James to weigh in as well. We've met with Dr. Galley of DHS. We know she cares deeply about these issues, and certainly, there was a recent effort to change federal HIPAA laws that would make it easier for law enforcement to gain patient information, in which DHS weighed in significantly to say that was the wrong direction because it could increase violations of patient rights. And so we know DHS cares about this. We don't think the recommendations that DHS is going to make on this or the changes in policies that are happening at Harvard UCLA are going further enough. In fact, we reviewed the policies that have changed in Harvard UCLA post the shooting of Nicholas Burgos, post the task force that was assigned to look at this issue, and it more entrenches law enforcement in the lives of patients. It makes it easier for law enforcement to request protected patient information. It situates law enforcement as its own oversight entity in terms of other behavior and other law enforcement agencies, particularly the sheriff overseeing other law enforcement agencies that come in and out of the hospital. Roughly 200 to 1,000 visits by law enforcement every month happen. It really does position patient rights as secondary to the perceived function of the sheriff's department. And we're happy to share that analysis with you. And so what I would say is that it's mixed in that it is problematic, which is why we're coming to you, because you understand the ways in which sheriff operations happen in multiple sectors. And you should understand that these same issues that you're looking at are taking place in our care setting. And again, we can provide that policy analysis with you. Dr.
Is
James,
there
thoughts on that?
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are some administrators who are supportive of this effort, but I think like in a lot of sectors of society in general, sometimes the administrators are out of touch with what actually the people on the ground who are in the emergency department every day, how they're feeling, what they're doing. And they haven't really engaged very actively with the providers themselves, with the nurses at all levels, or with the patients. And that can be seen very clearly when you look at the Harbor UCLA process and task force, which really did not have good community engagement, really didn't allow any sort of very minimal resident physician involvement, and which allowed very minimal sort of involvement by people who are actually providing this care. And I do think that there is an issue there. And perhaps you guys can understand, like Mark Anthony said, like the bigger picture of this question, instead of like focusing so narrowly like sometimes hospital administrators need to on the politics of one individual institution.
Can I just have a follow-up?
Sure.
Might I have a follow-up? Am I hearing this correctly, that there is very little leadership in administrators on this issue? Because it seems to me those are the folks who are making the policy.
So I think, you know, as Mark Anthony referred to, we have met with Dr. Ghali. I think, you know, she expressed to us that she cares deeply about these issues and she has an understanding of them. I think there's a lot of dynamics at play when it comes to these issues in a hospital setting, and they're not only about patient care and what's best for patients, but it's what it really should be. There's about labor unions and the labor unions of the different groups being tied to law enforcement and the contract negotiations and all these different sort of sectors that kind of intersect into one little tiny sphere that we're looking at. Sometimes what happens with that process is it completely neglects the initial question, which is like, these are people's hospitals. These hospitals are funded by the people. They're for the people. And yes, I work in them and I deserve to be protected and feel safe, but the sheriffs don't make me feel safer. My colleagues have expressly said, you know, in anonymous large surveys that they don't feel safe either, and they can't provide good care for patients. So yes, there is some sort of disconnect there, but I don't think that we lack all administrative support. I think that there is some understanding about the administrators, but there's a lot of politics that are going on in the middle levels.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions or comments? Yes, JP.
Yeah, I really do want to thank both of all three presenters for giving us an overview. I really do appreciate the comments of the physician, Mark Anthony, Clayton Johnson also. This was very informative. When I saw this on the agenda, I wasn't quite sure exactly what to expect. You've given me a little of what I expected, but a whole lot more that I didn't. And it does give me pause to really consider exactly what you're saying, and I fully understand. I will just make a comment. It would have been nice to have gotten that 75-page Harvard Law Review paper a little bit more than 14 hours in advance, 8 hours of which were in the dark. But I went over it real quick, and I got the basic gist of it. I understand where it's coming from. And I can see this is a very multi-layered issue. It's not just about safety. It's not just about labor. It's not just about management, labor relations. There's all kinds of things going on here, and it is pretty complicated. So I really appreciate the manner in which you brought this to us. I appreciate the hard work and the documentation. I do look forward to seeing that documentation that will substantiate those slides, because I think there's a lot in there. I do want to ask, and with that, I do want to ask Captain Steinbrenner, I mean, do you have any response? I do have one specific question, but it's really more to Captain Steinbrenner. I hope she knows. This incredibly tragic situation that happened at Harbor UCLA last October. It was horrible. We all recognize that and acknowledge that. Were the deputies involved in that, were they assigned to that hospital? Were they part of the security staff? Do you know? We can't hear you.
My apologies. I had to take myself off mute.
That's okay. We're familiar with that.
The deputies that were involved in the deputy involved shooting, they were not assigned to County Services Bureau. My personnel were not even on the floor at the time of the incident. As soon as the incident came out, we responded.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I recognize that isn't what this is about solely. I totally acknowledge that fact. I really do. And I, like I say, you a lot of information is given here today that really does expand what it is, the issues are, and I can't thank you enough for that. But I want to make sure people do recognize that, as tragic an event as that was, that's one part of this. It's not the only part of it. There's many others that are everybody's got a lot of irons in this fire, and they all need to be looked at and evaluated. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I understand Commissioner Kennedy has a question.
Thank you for this presentation, and thank you for the Harvard Law Review article. It is really prompts a lot of questions. What I wanted to know is, under the current protocol or procedures, if there is a dispute between the emergency room physicians or the treating physicians and the County Services Bureau deputies about how to proceed with a patient in the hospital, who prevails? Which side prevails? Is it the doctors that prevail, or do the sheriff deputies prevail if there's a disagreement?
By the way, before that question gets answered, Commissioner Kennedy, that was one of the reasons why I asked Mark Anthony for some documentation, because that is obviously a critical issue. So I don't know who wants to address this issue. I think it's a significant one. So any of the panelists want to respond to that, please.
So I think, there's the question of the policy, and I think for a long time the policies were not very clear. And so it really left providers in this area where there was an uncertainty. You had a law enforcement officer who's, for the most part, towering over you, telling you that this is how it is. And there was a lot of intimidation usually involved during those incidents. I have been involved with those incidents myself. And it's very intimidating as a provider. It's also very distracting when you're on a really busy ER shift. And I think, sometimes what ends up happening in situations like that is people take the easiest route because they have an entire ER of patients to care for. And those situations take hours of time to resolve, and you can't take any one provider from the ER. The answer to the specific question of what is the exact policy, from what I understand, and I think this is one of the big things that really needs to happen. We need to write these policies. We need to write policies for all of the LA County hospitals that explicitly outline what are the legal obligations of providers, and where is the law, and what's considered public and private space, and what are the lines for law enforcement. But I think, as the safest bet, what I teach to the residents and what I teach to the other faculty is that, if all else fails, you should call risk management and you should ask for the deputy supervisor to resolve any issues. Now, we have collected, as part of this process, many incidents where providers felt so intimidated and so threatened that they didn't do that. They just ended up discharging the patient when they didn't think that they needed to be discharged, or going along with what the law enforcement said because the law enforcement was like, this is the law, you're violating the law, what's your name, let me document that. And that's kind of, that attitude intimidates providers and has led to incidents where patients' rights were violated. So I think part of it is a lack of really good, well-known policies that prevent those incidents from happening. And I think that's lacking right now.
Thank you for that. Any other commissioner? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Tolentino, please.
Yeah, to get a better understanding of what's going on here, how many at the UCLA Harbor Hospital, how many deputies are assigned? Captain Steinbrenner?
Muted.
My apologies. I have 31 employees that are assigned to Harbor, and usually I have anywhere from approximately 4 deputies per shift on days and PMs, and 3 on the early morning shift.
And why would it be outside deputies that would have been dealing with the Burgos matter rather than someone assigned to the hospital?
That entire shooting is under review and under investigation, so I'm not at liberty to speak about it because I have no knowledge of that shooting.
Were those deputies who interacted with the Burgos, were they post-trained to work in care hospitals or care settings?
So all deputies receive the same training.
The 22 hours? I thought they were additional training to the deputies in care settings.
So the department is training everyone on the crisis incident training, the crisis response training, the de-escalation training. All deputy personnel are going through that training. But in the hospital, my deputies are rovers. They rove throughout the whole hospital. They'll go to different floors, they'll go outside, they'll go to the parking structure. So at the time of that shooting, I had no County Services Bureau personnel on that floor because they're not fixed posts.
You also stated that there's security service. How many deputies are assigned and how many security folks are assigned to UCLA Harbor?
So I have per shift approximately 3 security officers, and then there are Securitas, unarmed security guards that work the fixed post, the weapon screening at the entrances.
Just following up on Commissioner Harris's note, who makes the decision whether to use a deputy or a security person?
So that is with the Department of Health Services. I contract with them, and every year with the fiscal year starting July 1st, prior to, I would say, March, April, we sit down, we do a security assessment, we look at the needs, and then we put together our staffing deployment. It goes to the department heads for each of the facilities. They approve it, and then contract law enforcement bureau sends them out a contract, and in the contract it specifies the staffing. I will share with you, last year, fiscal year 2021, there was a reduction in services, both with our deputy coverage and our security officer coverage.
Have incidents like the Burgos incident happened before? I know somebody cited one 5 years ago, but how often do these incidents occur in care settings?
So in my almost 6 years now with the Bureau, this is the first incident. We had there's only 4, whether it's shooting or gun incidents that I'm aware of, dating us back to 1993. And it was because of the shooting at LA County USC in the emergency room is why the security was increased, why we had weapon screening, why the security was brought in. There was another incident that was on my shift at the Olive View Medical Center. That was in 2017 when there was a nurse believed she had seen somebody enter the hospital with a gun. And we emptied, or we evacuated the hospital. We went floor by floor. There was no one was identified. There was no one in custody. But so that was 2017, and then now moving forward till 2023, This was the shooting that occurred at Harbor last year.
Thank you.
For that, Commissioner Chen, did you have a question?
Yes. So, Captain Steinbrenner, I have some questions for Captain Steinbrenner, and then I have questions for Mark Anthony Johnson and Dr. Janeway. Captain Steinbrenner, I'm wondering if you can describe to us the amount of revenue. I think we've talked about this before in the context of overall budget discussions with the Sheriff's Department, but I'd be interested to know how much the county pays to the Sheriff's Department to provide the security at these 5 hospitals and 40 clinics.
I would ask that you bring a representative from the hospital from Department of Health Services, because that is their contract and they receive the budgets. And what we do is I provide a staffing deployment. I provide what is safe, what is the minimum security that the hospital needs in order to cover all 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The financial aspect and who decides what's going to be paid, that belongs to anywhere from the auditor controller, from the department heads, from Department of Health Services, because the auditor controller is the one that deciphers the rates for this next fiscal year. So,
I'm sorry, I'm confused, because last time we had a budget presentation, we were told that a significant, almost I think it was from anywhere from a third to half of the sheriff's budget comes from county services, including courthouses and so forth. Is that not correct? I'm just trying to get a sense of, are the funds that are paid by the county for the sheriffs to be deployed at facilities like hospitals and clinics, is that accounted for in the sheriff's budget?
My bureau is, I generate revenue. I contract with different county clients. I have 14 county clients that I contract with. So for instance, I don't have the final total for this upcoming year, but I have a contract of $143 million. I have a bureau of 500 personnel, and we provide security services, whether it's for the libraries, whether it's for the different county departments, or for the hospitals. My bureau does not cost the department money. I bring in revenue.
Yeah, and so that's what I want to know is, can you tell us how much of that 143 million is because of the contracts with the hospitals and clinics? Like, what percentage of that?
I would have to go back and calculate that out. I did not realize that would have been one of the questions, so I don't have those numbers for you.
Okay.
I would have to refer you either to my contract law enforcement bureau or my contracts and budget from the administrative services division, because those are the accountants that would have those numbers for you.
Okay, but overall, your budget, you generate $143 million in revenue for the sheriff's department.
That's what my contracts are valued at.
Okay. But that's not limited to hospitals. I'm just trying to be clear that that's broader than hospitals.
That's my entire, that would be my entire.
Okay. My other question is sort of following up on Commissioner Tolentino's question. He asked about shooting incidents, but I'm asking, my question is a bit broader. If you have data on the overall number of incidents that happen at these 5 hospitals and 40 clinics that you all are responding to, in terms of if there's a report taken, incidents law, do you have data? Obviously not this year, but say for the prior fiscal year.
So we have our crime analysis that talks about our part 1, part 2 crimes. Then we also track, our uses of force, traffic collisions, assaults, thefts. So for right now, just giving an example, there's an increase of catalytic converters that are being stolen from people's cars, whether it's county vehicles or civilian patient cars.
And this is happening at the hospital?
Yes, in the parking structures. So for instance, we had just in these last 2 months, we had 3 catalytic converters that were cut and removed from the bottom of patients or county vehicles. So we keep stats on thefts, assaults, part 1 and part 2 crimes.
And do you happen to have those figures available to share with the commission?
Give me just a minute.
Yeah, if I may, Commissioner Ochin,
please.
Maybe I could add some clarity here. Let me ask Captain Steinbrenner, has there ever been, and I apologize to Dr. Janeway, because I know this is getting a little afield of where you're coming from, and I want you to recognize I understand where you're coming from. Your issue is far larger than who's security. It has to do with law enforcement coming into the hospitals, interacting with either patients or suspect patients during the course of your providing with medical care. And I am very cognizant of what your issue is. However, just back on this one momentarily, Captain Steinbrenner, can you tell us, has there ever been a fatal use of force by a member of the sheriff's department that's contracted for security at any county hospital that you know of?
Well, I'm sorry, that's not my question, though.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was,
No,
you're
my
looking for
question-
just use of force?
No, I'm asking about all incidents that the sheriff is responding to that are tracked. So if it's, you know, there was a log for interaction with a patient here, or response to a theft or assault and so forth. I would like to know
Okay.
broad figures, not, and I certainly,
Okay.
that would
I apologize. I apologize.
Okay, so yes, I do. For instance, in 2019, Harbor UCLA Medical Center had 13 uses of force involving my personnel. In 2020, I had 5 uses of force at Harbor UCLA Medical Center.
Yeah,
So far
I
in 20
appreciate that, but I'm asking about sort of if you have a record of the broader sort of contacts that your team has with either clinicians, patients, other members of the public, if they're stopped, if there's a record of the nature of those stops, and if there's any other data that's collected as a result of contact with members of the public or staff at the hospital, that's conducted as a result of sort of routine patrols of members of your team at these 5 hospitals and these 40 clinics. Do you have sort of aggregate numbers rather than just Harbor UCLA and so forth? Do you have aggregate numbers for your whole units that are for all of your units that are responsible for patrolling these 5 hospitals and 40 clinics?
So we have our deputy daily worksheets where we document our contacts. It's primarily with the public, and then we usually put the name, the gender, the approximate age, date of birth, and then the reason for the contact. We have those in the deputy daily worksheets. I don't have those numbers with you, but we do track like the reports that are written and then the categories of the reports. Now, contacts with the hospital staff on a daily basis, I don't believe that's being tracked on a daily basis.
Is that something that you would track going forward?
Probably at this time, no, unless there was some type of need or if we received some type of direction from the department or from the head administrator from the hospital. I have a liaison lieutenant who is responsible for the north and or the south zone. And that lieutenant it's like a service area lieutenant, a SAL lieutenant. They interact with the hospital administrators. And if there's something that needs to be addressed or if there's a problem, they handle it. If it needs to be escalated, they bring me into the conversation. To date, I have not been brought into a situation where it required some type of policy, some type of mitigation. We usually, if there's an issue, we try to resolve it.
Okay.
I'd like to advise the members of the commission that we have many people who have signed up for public comment, and it's now 20 to 1. We also have a motion that was made early on. So what I'd like to—
I understand that, but Madam Chair, the problem is that we are starting this conversation with very little information. So it's hard to, assess the information that's being shared when we don't even have basic information like budgets, numbers, and so forth. So I'm having to spend my time trying to get this on the record so that we can have an informed conversation. So
Well,
let me just
let me just throw this out. I think that there's a lot of information and data. You are absolutely correct that we need to get it. This may suggest another ad hoc committee to focus on this. But I'm happy to let you proceed somewhat, but we probably have 40 people who have requested public comment and we still have a motion.
I understand. I will try to move as quickly as possible. I have just a general question, and if OIG or Captain Steinbrenner, I'm interested to know how many complaints, and if you have that information and you can share it, that would be great. If there have been patient complaints to you or to the OIG, if there have been clinician complaints about the activities of LASD in these facilities, that would be good to know, and the nature of those complaints and how and whether they were resolved. My question to Mark Anthony Johnson and to Dr. Janeway have to do with whether or not you heard from clinicians that there are concerns that patients will not come in for care because of the presence of the Sheriff's Department. That's my first question. The second is, how is security handled at private hospitals or public non-contract hospitals? And then my third question is, do we need to have a permanent sheriff presence in order for the Sheriff's Department to respond to what are seemingly very rare instances of, say, shootings? For example, only one since 1993. Isn't it possible, for example, like in this situation where there was a shooting just last year, right? Sheriffs can respond when called rather than being stationed at the hospitals to deal with those kinds of situations, given how rare they are. So those are my three questions for Dr. Janeway and for Mark Anthony Johnson. You can take them or take one of them, take all of them. And if you could summarize quickly, because I do understand that people are waiting. Thank you.
Dr. Janeway, do you want to tag in? I'm happy to, but if you want to start.
Yeah, absolutely. So to answer your question about police at other facilities, I just want to first say there are public hospitals in the United States that don't have a police force and use only private security. And then I want to say that most hospitals in the county do not have police force. They use private security. And the contract we were specifically talking about with LA County Sheriffs doesn't actually include the private security that mans the metal detectors and does most of what I consider to be the security function of the hospital. They don't do that. That's not even part of their contract. That's a completely separate contract. So even if you did away with the sheriff's contract, you'd still have Securitas. They'd still be there at the points of entry, arming those doors. In terms of your question about whether or not there are very rare incidents of violence and like, do we actually need to have sheriffs there? I think first it's important to note that when we did long interviews with nurses, one of the things that they said was that the sheriffs don't respond very quickly. It takes a really long time for them to respond. So even in instances where they were called, they didn't respond quickly, and certainly less quick, like, probably equivalent to if someone had called 911, in their opinion. This was just what came out of the research. In addition, I think it would be fair to say that many times the nurses were able to de-escalate these situations or manage them on their own. So even after sheriffs arrived, the nurses had already completed those tasks of de-escalation or physical de-escalation and had already completed it. So I tend to agree with you. Like, I think the incidences of violence are very rare. As a provider, I would feel perfectly safe having private security and just knowing that if there was an incident, we can call 911. Mark Anthony didn't show this slide, but on the slide, we have research from emergency departments that says that 25% of the time, the shootings that occur in hospitals are from actually a police officer's gun. Someone accesses it and shoots someone else. So actually, when I'm in the hospital, I'm more scared of what might happen when the police officers are there than when they're not there. That's just me personally looking at all the data and knowing what I know about the use of firearms. So I'll take those two questions. I don't know if Mark Anthony, preventing patients from coming into the hospital. So we didn't survey patients, providers on that. I think that's probably a flaw in our research, and we probably should have. I can just tell you anecdotally that there have been several patients during my time who have not come in because of that. And some of those patients were just LA County residents who were just afraid of the police. Like for whatever reason, they were just really scared and they didn't come in or delayed their coming in. And then we also, I've heard from probably a dozen patients who are undocumented members of our county who are afraid to come into the hospitals with any sort of police presence because they're worried about their immigration status. And so any police, even if it's not immigration police, is scary to them. And so they rather delay care till absolutely necessary to come in. And that is not a question we routinely ask. That's just something what people have told me when I've asked them, like, you're so sick now, why'd you wait? And that's what they have told me on at least a dozen times, me personally.
Thank you for that. You know, that the last issue about undocumented individuals not wanting to come into hospitals, that's something that that I'm glad that you had mentioned. I really think we need to go to public comment. If Jennifer, if you want to start public comment on item 2D, and unfortunately, we're going to have to limit the time to 1 minute.
Got it, will do. And our first public comment will come from Tamara K. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, hello, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First off, you know, want to honor Nicholas Borges, who LA Sheriff Department murdered at Harbor UCLA. All Sheriff's Department police need to be out of our hospitals. This is a place of healing. People come for care. You know, we need to reimagine what public safety looks like, and having sheriffs in our hospitals is detrimental and traumatizing to our community, right? And the lady, Miss Britta, or whatever her name is, says she's in charge of the budget, you know, the revenue. I mean, 143 million, that's money that could be going to our communities for services, you know, and she referred to the homeless people as a problem that are at the hospital. Homeless people need care too, right? And
Thank you.
they're
And that
chasing.
does conclude your time. And before we move on to the next person, we will have a quick announcement in Spanish. That concludes your time, Tamara.
Buenas tardes. Si necesita traducción de sus comentarios, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y una persona le dará instrucciones de cómo proceder. Gracias.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Sophia Lee. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Sophia.
Hi, Sophia Lee again with the Reimagine LA Coalition. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Okay. I just want to urge this body to pass a resolution instructing the Board of Supervisors to reinvest the $35 million annually spent on LASD substations at our county hospitals toward community-based services. You know, someone dying during a mental health crisis inside of Harbor UCLA at the hands of LASD last October, that's so heartbreaking, horrifying, and unnecessary. And if this body thinks that that is unacceptable, which I hope that it does, the answer is to not give the Sheriff's Department a single other dollar to operate inside of our hospitals. That is a life-saving decision that you can make, and I really urge this body to move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Sahara White. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Sahara.
Hello, my name is Sahara White, pronoun she, her, hers, with dignity and power now. In the wake of the murder of a patient in mental health crisis, Nicholas Burgos, inside of Harbor UCLA at the hands of LASD last October, and the rampant corruption and violence within the department, it is clear that the continued investment in sheriff presence in our hospitals is a danger to the patients. The Department of Health Services already spent $32 million for private security and its facilities. The money spent on sheriffs would better be utilized by investing in dedicated non-law enforcement crisis response teams in DHS facilities, scaling up code gold teams, increasing clinical staff to more effectively meet patient address needs, and system navigators within the hospital setting. Additionally, these funds can be used to position our emergency department and psychiatrist emergency rooms as hubs for necessary service linkage.
That does
Thank
conclude
you.
your time. Thank you. And next we will hear from Stephanie Luna. Please go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to send a lot of, love to Nick Burgo's family. He should be here today. He was shot 7 times because he had to use the bathroom. He was trying to walk to the restroom, dragging his IV pole, and this deputy, said that he felt threatened by the IV pole. I can't put enough emphasis on the fact that, we don't need the sheriff's department within the hospitals. The hospital is supposed to be your safe zone, and it's turned into something completely different. Not to mention that Villanueva compared his deputy gang tattoo to a tattoo that nurses would get with their coworkers. It's just, there's a lot of stuff, and we don't need them in the hospitals. The doctors and nurses were telling that sheriff deputy that there was a team on the way up for them not to shoot, that it was out of protocol, and this deputy completely disregarded, and he opened fire on Nick Burgos anyways. So yeah, we don't need the sheriff's department in the hospitals.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Shonique Williams. Please go ahead.
Hi, Shonique Williams, statewide organizer with Dignity and Power Now. First off, I just want to say that I am very disappointed with the sheriff representative that is present with us today. For you to not have any knowledge regarding the shooting that brought us all here today is just a blatant reminder that the sheriff's department does not care about the community. And with that being said, as I heard you speaking, all I continuously kept thinking of is the sheriff's department is an abuser of the Black and brown community. With that being said, all I was hearing was gaslighting and narcissistic points of view. It was just a constant reminder that the concern for the sheriff's department is the sheriff's department. It is not the community. For you to present yourselves as providing social services for the community, but not even taking the extra steps necessary to become trained and qualified to provide a service in the hospital setting, step outside, let the people that are qualified do their job. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Yvette LA. Please go ahead.
Hi, Yvette LA with Dignity and Power Now and the Justice LA Coalition. I want to second all the public comments that have been shared already. And as a formerly undocumented person, I can personally attest to the lack of safety that one feels when entering any space, especially spaces where the sheriff's department is present. And we should be able to have access to medical facilities without that threat and without that looming specter of incarceration or deportation. And this is why funding sheriff presence in hospitals is inconsistent with the county's Care First mission, which really focuses on alternatives to incarceration, alternatives to policing. With the current contract in place, both armed and unarmed LA County sheriffs are given unchecked access to patrol the hallways and intimidate patients, as you heard today, from practitioners that are embedded in our medical system. The people and practitioners need safety that is not rooted in policing and that is rooted in community-based services and community-based public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Hilda Pedroza. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Hilda.
Hi, my name is Hilda, and I'm the sister of David Ordaz Jr. And I could tell you that both David and Nicolas Burgers, were there to avoid any contact with police, to get any help that they could from them. If they would have seen any police outside of the hospital, either one of them would have done anything they could to prevent from being inside of the hospital. Therefore, we need to make sure that our police officers are not inside of the hospitals, because instead of de-escalating, we see what they're doing. And as for Britta, I really think that she's just lying completely, because first she said that she didn't know anything about the budget, and then she says that yes, she does know. She's just constantly not giving us everything. And I think that this is exactly what we get from LASD all the time, not giving us the truth on anything that we have to ask them for. And I ask for Priscilla O'Shen to please be chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Naomi Wilson. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, so I would like to speak to some of the things that Captain Steinbrenner said. First of all, I would like to echo exactly what the commenter before me said and uplift what she said. Captain Steinbrenner talked about deputies working with unhoused people in hospitals, and homelessness is outside of the purview of the sheriff's department. In fact, sheriff's deputies are the last people that should be working with unhoused people. She talked about deputies wearing appropriate personal protective equipment in hospitals, and we know that that is not true, and I am very sure that the deputies were not masked appropriately. As we saw just last week, Sheriff Villanueva was walking around the Venice boardwalk unmasked before the mask mandate was lifted. And finally, the phrase, "my deputies are rovers," is terrifying, and they should not be roving the halls of hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Priya Sethi. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Priya. Priya
Oh,
Sethi.
I'm sorry. I didn't intend to make a comment.
Sure. And next, Caitlin Krenz. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Caitlin.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. The Commission should pass a resolution supporting the Board of Supervisors' efforts to rethink hospital safety. The BO has responded to the murder of Nicholas Burgess by passing a motion instructing the county to rethink what authority it has to restrict sheriff presence in the hospitals. There is robust legal precedent for DHS facilities to refuse law enforcement officers access to hospital space, just as they may bar the general public from entering certain areas as administrators or staff deem appropriate. Furthermore, public hospitals and their staff can be liable under the Fourth Amendment if they collect or share evidence for criminal investigations in concert with law enforcement and without patient consent. Hospital and clinic policy must be in line with patient constitutional rights and patient legal rights under HIPAA, as well as ensure protection of patient privacy in care settings. Funding sheriff presence in hospitals is inconsistent with the county's Care First mission, and in fact, it goes directly against it. The LASD is founded upon violence, and it inflicts violence upon our community members every day with our own tax dollars.
And next is Susan Anderson. Please go ahead.
Okay, despite over a decade of reforms, sheriff presence in hospitals continues to violate patient rights, undermine legal protections of patients, and interrupt care. I can't imagine being in a hospital in an emergency room and having law enforcement there at the same time. That does violate patient rights. The community has lost trust that their care facilities are in fact safe. Our county's most vulnerable and low-income patients, the majority of whom are Black and Brown folks, depend on our county healthcare system for care. With the current contract in place, armed Los Angeles County sheriffs are given unchecked access to patrol the hallways, intimidate patients and providers, and routinely violate patient privacy and legal rights, often with devastating results, including the murder of Nicholas Burgos in the hospital.
That does conclude your time. And next we'll hear from Valerie Vargas. You're unmuted. Go ahead, Valerie. Valerie Vargas, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment? Okay, hearing nothing, we'll move on to Jason R. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, so the sheriffs do not provide safety for anyone in those facilities, and their absence would provide patients with safer, more supportive hospitals and clinics. In fact, Steinbrenner listed a bunch of reasons why sheriffs are needed at hospitals, and at the top of that list was that sheriffs were there to provide a visible security presence. The Department of Health Services already spends $32 million for private security at its facilities. Do they not provide a visible security presence? Steinbrenner also said that her sheriff personnel on site interview patients who have been the victims of assaults and other violent incidents, but then said that the outside sheriffs come in to conduct those interviews and investigations as well. So it kind of sounds like they're double dipping, and that this task can be part of what LASD already does outside of these healthcare settings. And so I just wanted to end with saying the last thing I want to see when I go into a healthcare setting, either as a visitor or as a patient, is sheriff. So in closing, in the name of Nicholas Burgos, the COC should pass a resolution instructing the Board of Supervisors to reinvest the $35 million that is annually spent on LASD substations at our county hospitals.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Ellen Giese. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. All of the speakers have said all of the things that I would have wished to say here, so I'm going to start by uplifting them, and particularly uplifting Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson and Dr. Janeway. Thank you so much for those wonderful presentations. I would like to point out the double standard here, as we have been talking about deputies who conceal their badge numbers, conceal their names, work to hide their identities, and then Dr. Janeway spoke of them demanding that information of her and her colleagues, and also of everything everybody has said about the sheriff's representative who is here, continuing, coming here pretty much just to spin propaganda and continue to gaslight, which is par for the course with the deputies, the sheriff's department representatives who come to this space. And again, going back to what Max Huntsman said about them refusing to comment on ongoing procedures, and there she is saying exactly word for word what Max Huntsman pointed out the moment she was asked about Nicholas Bargos. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Andres Kwan. Please go ahead.
Andres Kwan, ACLU. We really need a profound reimagining of the status quo, that paralyzed Isaiah Cervantes and killed so many experiencing mental health crises, including David Ordaz in East LA, Nick Burgos at Harvard UCLA. I want to talk a little bit about what hospitals and care settings should mean, especially during a pandemic that made clear that race, ethnicity, income determine a person's vulnerability, access to healthcare, chance to survival. In particular, Black and Brown, immigrant, low-income community members who have historically lacked access to care should be able to trust that their health will be taken care of at county hospitals, not fear that their lives may be taken by sheriff's deputies. And as Pastor Q mentioned earlier, these communities have experienced tremendous trauma, and so they should not be in care settings, let alone in the role of being a supportive person, because sheriff deputies are inherently not trauma-informed, but instead are trauma-inducing. We request that you formally ask the Board of Supervisors to protect patients' privacy rights and reinvest the millions of taxpayer dollars going into substations and instead into community hospital-based safety strategies.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Paul Escobar. Please go ahead, Paul.
Hi, yes. I would like to ask a question to Britta. Are the deputies working at the hospitals, do they have a body camera with them while they're patrolling, or do they have an access to, are there cameras in the hospital for incidents that supposedly haven't really occurred until last year? That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Gina Viola. Please go ahead. Gina Viola, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment?
Sorry about that. Thank you. The fact that we need any security in our hospitals is a direct result of divestment from communities. And this has been done to build a law enforcement agency that you are all making too big to defund. We have to change that. Defunding the sheriff and investing into communities so that they can be healthy in the first place. This is a no-brainer, and it's exhausting that we're going to have ad hoc committees and that we're going to discuss things next month or the month after. The time for talk is done. We need action. Measure R and Measure J both require that you invest in those things and you invest in these communities so that people are healthy to begin with, and that hospitals don't have the need for sheriffs. Sheriffs have no business anywhere near medical conditions, people with mental health crises, any of that. And I look forward to the day where we don't even need private security in hospitals. And in order to do that, we have to defund the sheriff.
Thank you. And next is Laura Colin. Please go ahead, Laura.
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Laura Coholan, and I am an organizer with La Defensa, Justice LA, and White People for Black Lives, and a resident of Supervisorial District 2. And I want to echo the demand that many organizers and community members here have shared about the need to get LASD out of hospitals. As organizer Andres Kwan shared earlier, hospitals are places of care and healing, and having armed law enforcement trained in suppression and control is antithetical to their mandate of healthcare and wellness. And I know that many folks have already uplifted his name. I also want to remember the name of Nick Burgos. May he rest in power. The fact that one of our community members was murdered while having a mental health crisis alone, just that one name should be enough to say that we must divest from sheriffs in hospitals. And so this body, as others have shared, should pass a resolution instructing the Board of Supervisors to reinvest the $35 million annually spent on LASD substations out of LASD and into community-based safety strategies. Finally, it's absolutely
and that does
abhorrent.
conclude your time. The next comment will come from, the very last comment will come from Richie Sergenko. You're unmuted, please go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm just calling in to support, as you know, other members and family members. We want the commission to pass a resolution urging the Board of Supervisors to reinvest the $35 million annually spent on the sheriff's substations at our county hospitals and put that towards hospital-based community safety strategies. The fact that Nick Burgos was killed inside the hospital is kind of horrifying. And this won't stop until we defund the sheriffs, take money away. They're entirely corrupt, and they have 15 gangs within, and this is just who they are, and it's within their culture. I'm glad to be on record that Alex Villanueva is harassing the people who stand up and say anything against him. So power to all the folks that show up and speak today.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude public comment for this item.
Thank you. At this point, it is now almost 10 after 1. Once again, we've run out of time. But I want to go back to the motion that was made this morning. Commissioner Harris made a motion which was seconded, and I believe Commissioner Kennedy had done some drafting of the motion or redrafting of it. We haven't had a chance to vote on it, but I did receive during the course of the morning an email from our county counsel assigned to the commission, Alexandra Zwiderweg, and rather than my speaking on their behalf, she has, at least in an email, expressed some concerns as to whether we can proceed on the motion now, which basically I find very frustrating. So if Ms. Vander Zweig is, or Zweeder, it's late, Zwiderweg is still on, I'd like to have her explain her thoughts about why we can't proceed on the motion today.
Thank you, Chair. I advise the commission to continue the motion to the next meeting, so the commission may include the motion on the agenda and vote on it at that time. Thank you.
Well, that frankly, from my perspective, I don't think that that's really a sufficient explanation. We did, while the fact of making a motion was not on the specific agenda, we certainly had received copies of and were well aware of the substance of what Max Huntsman was going to respond to. So I don't quite see how this is a violation of the Brown Act. Can you further expand on this?
The substance of the motion and the motion itself was not included on the agenda, so there was no advance notice of the motion for the members of the public. And it was also not discussed under an item where it indicated that possible action could be taken by the commission. It was listed under a report item.
And what would be the effect if we were to proceed anyway?
I mean, there would be risks to the commission. They could potentially be cured at a later time, but as I advised, the path that I would advise would be to continue the motion until the next meeting, so it may be properly placed on the agenda.
Do any other commissioners want to weigh in on this issue at this point? I know it's late. Commissioner Harris, since it was your motion, do you want to weigh in on this at this point?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, as the maker of the motion, and I don't have a problem. I would rather move on it now. But considering we're already 2 years behind in this matter, I guess another 30 days isn't going to make a whole lot of difference. So if that is the will of the body, then we can put it on the agenda for the next meeting and vote on it. Then I recommend it be put on early in the meeting so we make sure we get it done. And I want to hopefully thank Commissioner Kennedy for his assistance in helping me put this together. But that's my comments.
Any other commissioners want to speak to this?
Yes, this is Commissioner Tolentino.
Go ahead.
It seems to me that it would fit very clearly under Inspector General's report. Mr. Huntsman commented on his report, and we took action on his comments.
I don't disagree. Commissioner Ochen, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I would just say, I'm not opposed to us having motions written out before we act. I think that's probably a best practice. So I wouldn't oppose necessarily acting on this. I would just say, however, that the advice that we're being given by County Council is inconsistent with the advice that we've been given in the past. We have routinely acted based on reports that have been given either by our executive director or the OIG for as long as I've been on the commission. For example, if our executive director says, X, Y, and Z is happening, we have made and passed motions to direct the executive director or our staff to act based on that report. So I don't see how that would be any different here. Again, I think it's best practice for us to have drafted motions so that it's before the commission. We all understand what will be communicated to the board in advance of our meeting. So I hope that we'll do that going forward. But it just seems if we want to act, we should be able to based on the prior advice of County Council and our past practice.
I tend to agree with you, but I do notice a number of the commissioners have left because they had other commitments. So with that, I think it's probably a better practice for this issue to put it over until the next meeting. It can be, the motion can be fleshed out. Commissioner Harris, if you want to do that with Commissioner Kennedy, we will post it and we will vote on it at the next meeting in July. And I agree with Commissioner Ochen. I think we've had mixed messages in terms of advice from County Council, which makes it all the more frustrating. So I do ask that that be put over until our next meeting. And I'm trying to figure out whether, how many people have signed up for public comment?
We have 20 individuals who have signed up for general public comment and 3 who have signed up for the reports and remarks section.
Okay, I think we need to proceed and move as expeditiously as possible with the remainder of the public comments, which we should take together.
Got it. And we will do that at 1 minute each.
That's correct.
Okay, wonderful. And the first comment will come from Caitlin Krenz. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Caitlin. Caitlin Krenz, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a general public comment?
So sorry, I'm having some computer trouble today, and also my voice is not working. So I first wanted to say regarding what happened in Venice, the sheriff's behavior is unconscionable. And I want to add in general that I want to uplift every comment that folks have said about keeping our sheriff's deputies out of hospitals. And I want to note that, which I didn't in my public comment earlier, that Code Gold has been effective, and I don't understand why we're acting like the sheriff's deputies and their violence is the only opportunity that we have. The LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva has been present at the Venice Boardwalk for several days, erroneously claiming to provide community members living in encampments on the beach with, quote, outreach, and claiming to connect unhoused residents to, quote, housing. In reality, the Sheriff's Department has been collecting personal information while preparing to arrest and evict hundreds of people staying on the boardwalk. For decades, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has been rife with corruption, abuse of power, and impunity. We demand that Villanueva leave Venice, a locale where he has no jurisdiction and is causing disruption and
That
harm.
does conclude your time. And next will be Hilda Pedroza. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Hilda.
Yes, I just want to say that we stand together with the family of Marcos Vasquez Jr. And this is not the first time we hear or you hear from families that have been impacted. What does it take for you to get it, to do something? We come to you in hopes of some help to stop these killers from killing our loved ones, but they continue doing it each week. I asked to just completely abolish LASD and we hire them as city workers. It's been done and proven in other cities. And we stand together with all the families. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Yvette LA. Please go ahead. I'm having a hard time unmuting you for some reason, Yvette. I'll come back to you. And next we'll move on to Susan Anderson. Please go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. In Venice specifically, Villanueva's presence represents an intention to continue dissolving the power of Black, brown, low income and poor people there and in Oakwood. This power play deepens already deeply troubling segregationism in the beach communities. Venice has been a longstanding Black and brown beach community, and gentrification over the last several decades has led to the whitening of the community, to the displacement of our Black, brown, and low-income loved ones, as well as to class exclusivity that pushes out anyone but the ultra-rich. This harmful elitist protectionism of beach communities is racist NIMBYism. We need to stand in support of our Black, brown, low income, and poor people who at this moment are houseless. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Paul Escobar. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
So one thing with Venice is everyone is correct. He is only doing that just for publicity. He has been sheriff since 2018, and all of a sudden, he cares about Venice. Where was he since 2018? He had mentioned that he has worked with several cities, but no mention, no public announcement, nothing has been mentioned of his department helping the homeless. All of a sudden, he cares about Venice. Where he should be caring is in the county of Los Angeles. East LA especially is experiencing homelessness. Compton, if you drive down Rosecrans from this 110, there is lines of RVs parked in the streets. Where are his team, the host or whatever it's called, helping those folks? But all of a sudden, Venice, like the previous caller had mentioned, the widening of Venice.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time. And next, we'll see if we can hear from Yvette. Please go ahead. Yvette LA.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. We do.
Okay, thank you. Yvette LA with Dignity Empower Now and Justice LA. You know, I sit on 2 county commissions, and the inconsistency of county council's advice has been consistent through both county commission experiences. So I definitely urge this body to act with urgency. I know that 30 days may not seem like a lot, but for our community members that are impacted, it feels like a lifetime. We really need accountability now. And what we've seen and heard from today that is consistent is the sheriff's department has no business in providing quote unquote public and social services, whether it's our houseless communities in Venice or whether it's within our hospitals. They do not provide care. They do not provide safety. They just harm our most vulnerable community members and actually decrease their access to services. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Naomi Wilson. Please go ahead.
Hi, I would also, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would also like to speak about what the sheriff is doing in Venice. It is outside of his purview. For the first several days that he and his deputies showed up to do quote unquote outreach, they were unmasked before the mask mandate was lifted, they did not bring food or water. And as a caller earlier mentioned, they're just collecting people's personal information. We also have confirmation that the sheriff has worked with Police Chief Michael Moore to reserve 2,000 beds in LA jails to arrest people, unhoused people from the Venice Boardwalk. This needs to be addressed immediately. Putting it off to the next COC meeting in a month is not going to help people who are going to be arrested before July 4th. It's clearly also a distraction on his part because he is afraid of being fired. We need to stop what he is doing in Venice, and he needs to stay away from unhoused people. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Jessica Morales. Please go ahead, Jessica. Jessica Morales, please go ahead with your public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So my name is Jessica Morales, and I am a representative of the Antelope Valley Marijuana and Alcohol Pharmaceutical Prevention Coalition. And we find that the Sheriff Villanueva, in terms of his efforts countywide, should also take a look at the city of Lancaster when it comes to, and the city of Palmdale and unincorporated areas when it comes to cannabis third-party as well as alcohol third-party delivery services, and implement a effective program in collaboration with cities and other entities as well to implement a program. Definitely having a registry of these entities that can possibly potentiate underage consumption of drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Micha Debati. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Misha DiBattiste. I use she, her pronouns. And I have been working at Safe Place for Youth in Venice. It is an agency serving young people experiencing homelessness. We've been there for the past decade, and I've been there for the past 6 years. And I am outraged at the sheriff's overstepping of authority and complete disregard for the continued calls from community members and service providers for care and not cages. Housing is key for people living on the Venice Boardwalk, not criminalization and threats. Time and time again, the approach of criminalizing poverty has proven to fail in LA and cause harm to people already dealing with crisis, trauma, and the extreme lack of affordable housing across our region, especially on the West Side. Criminalization will not end homelessness. It will cause increased harm and exacerbate the crisis. We need to invest in services, and we need to invest in housing and invest in care. We need to defund the sheriff's department, who has no right to say he is helping the unhoused community, and fully fund Measure J and community service providers.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Raul Rodriguez. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, first of all, I would like to say that Villanueva his number one responsibility is to enforce the laws and keep Americans safe. I want to thank Sheriff Villanueva for finally doing his job. Secondly, I want to thank all law enforcement agencies who serve and protect our communities. Thank you, and we the people support and respect you for the job you do. If you are in this country illegally, you need to self-deport or get in line and become a legal citizen. It's important to reestablish ICE back in the jail system. And I'd like to end this message by saying, Blue Lives Matter, all lives matter, and God bless America. Thank you.
And next we will hear from Robin Vidson. Please go ahead with your comment, Robin.
Yes, I would like to echo what Mr. Rodriguez just said. I support those statements. I support the sheriff in his quest to secure our public streets and make our communities safe. He was earlier called a political grandstander. Well, he's an elected official, and what he's doing is he's representing the public and the safety of the public. As he provides that service to our communities, he has stated those without homes are being treated humanely. I am in strong support of the sheriff's actions, and I believe he should continue those throughout our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Ricci Sergenko. Please go ahead with your comment, Ricci.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that the people calling in and supporting Villanueva and his actions in Venice don't really know what they're talking about. Alex Villanueva has said that there are 2,000 beds downtown. It's his plans to make mass arrests of the people that are living on the boardwalk. He said that the unhoused folks that live there are a threat to our way of life, and he said he's coming for them. And then I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that that is fascist rhetoric and fascist behavior. And this board, needs to use whatever power it has to demand that Sheriff Villanueva leave the Venice boardwalk. We need to divert funding out of the sheriff's department, fully fund Measure J, and reallocate all of the county's AB 109 dollars out of law enforcement and into alternatives to incarceration and housing that affirms the freedom, peace, and stability of our community members. I would also encourage whoever is here.
Time. And next will be Valerie Vargas. Please go ahead, Valerie. Valerie Vargas, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a public comment? Okay, hearing nothing. Moving on to Stephanie Luna. Please go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, hi. I just like to say the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is beyond fixing and reform. It's beyond getting more funding and training. We don't need them in our schools, campaigning for the police academy and harassing and criminalizing our youth. We don't need them doing traffic stops where our loved ones end up murdered. We don't need them involved in providing any type of mental health care where they show up immediately with their guns drawn. We don't need them riding around in sand cars on Venice Beach like they're doing at this very minute. Maybe the money that was used to buy those cars should have went to help those very people that they're trying to displace. We don't need them in hospitals where people go for care and they show up intimidating doctors and murdering patients. We can't ride a bike, be standing outside of our jobs, be sitting in a car, walking home from a barbecue, calling for mental health help, going to a hospital for care, exercising our First Amendment rights, and even grieving the death of our loved ones who were murdered in peace without knowing that these deputies will not face consequences for their actions. Fully fund Measure J and abolish the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Laura Coalan. Please go ahead, Laura.
Yes, hi. My name is Laura Caholen with La Defensa, Justice LA, and White People for Black Lives. I just want to echo the calls of community members on here who've shared that how abhorrent it is that the sheriff has gone to Venice to criminalize, repress, displace, and ultimately jail our community members that are living in encampments by the boardwalk. This is gentrification. It's absolutely classism and racism. And the fact that law enforcement is prioritizing the needs of wealthy white landowners and beachgoers and tourists over our most vulnerable community members is sick. Community members living in encampments need to be free from the harms of law enforcement intervention, and the Sheriff's Department should not be given a single public dollar of our tax dollars to do this erroneous outreach to folks that they have caused endless traumatization and harm to. This body must urge the Board of Supervisors to divert public funds into proven community-based solutions, and especially the recommendations of the Measure J Housing Subcommittee. And like others on this call, I also urge the State Attorney General to get involved and urge the sheriff to stand down from any sweeps in Venice.
Your time. Next and the last public speaker will be Leticia Vasquez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Leticia.
Hi, to those people who support Blue Lives, that's good. But when you're on the other side of the forum and your son is killed in front of you and you have no other thing to do but to feel torn for the rest of your life, it's a different story. We called for help. We trusted those people that you support, and they may be good and do good in some things, but they lack in a lot of others. Mr. Villanueva likes to point fingers at everyone and everything without taking accountability for the things that he does and doesn't do. So keep on supporting them, and we'll keep on supporting to get rid of him. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of the general public comments.
Thank you very much for that. We are past our appointed hour, but I want to ask very quickly if our executive director, Mr. Williams, has any update that he wants to share before we adjourn.
There's nothing further can't hold until next week.
You were fading out, so it was hard to. Oh, great. Mr. Did you want to speak?
Big thing is,
Oh, okay. Okay, so we he at least has posted about the Juneteenth celebration and resource fair, and at this point, I am going to first of all thank everybody for their participation, for all the speakers who gave us much to think about today, and the meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting will be Thursday, July 15th. And for more information, please visit our website, coc.lacounty.gov. Thank you all, and stay safe and cool if you can. Bye-bye.